had always thought of myself as someone who could handle isolation. I liked to get away from the city sometimes, away from people, from noise, from schedules and expectations. That weekend, I decided to rent a small cabin deep in the woods. I found it online, tucked in a heavily forested area that was supposed to be quiet, with no cell reception and only a small dirt road leading up to it. I told myself it was the perfect place to read, hike, and disconnect. I did not expect that weekend to turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. The drive up to the cabin was long and winding. The roads narrowed, and the trees on either side grew taller and closer together, forming almost a tunnel of shadows in the late afternoon. By the time I parked my car in front of the cabin, the sun was low, casting a dull orange glow through the gaps in the trees. The cabin itself was small, wooden, and old, but sturdy. Its paint was peeling in places, and moss had grown along the roof edges. It sat on a small clearing, maybe enough space for a few chairs and a fire pit. There was a stack of chopped wood near the porch and a metal bucket for water, which I assumed came from a nearby stream. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I noticed how quiet it was. Not the peaceful quiet of a secluded nature spot, but a silence that seemed almost unnatural. There was no birdsong, no rustling of small animals. Even the wind felt muted. I told myself it was normal. It was late in the season, and maybe most animals had already begun to settle down for winter. I carried my bag inside the cabin, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling I couldn't explain. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and old smoke. It was small but cozy. A single room with a wood stove, a small table, a couple of chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. There was a tiny kitchen area with a sink and a gas stove, and a small bathroom with a shower. I unpacked my things, laid out the food I had brought, and tried to settle in. Outside, the last light was fading quickly, and the forest was turning into a wall of darkness. I lit the wood stove and stacked some firewood, hoping the warmth would make the place feel safer. As night fell, the wind began to pick up, whistling through the gaps in the cabin's walls and around the roof. I heard the occasional creak of the wood as the cabin shifted slightly with the gusts. At first, it was just background noise. I read for a while and then decided to sleep early, wanting to wake up fresh for a hike the next morning. I locked the doors and windows, double-checking the small latches, and crawled into bed. It was around 2 in the morning when I first heard it. A faint, irregular sound, like someone or something walking just outside the cabin. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped, then started again, slow, deliberate, almost pacing along the edge of the clearing. My heart rate spiked. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But the steps were heavy, too deliberate for a small animal, and they weren't rustling the underbrush the way I expected. I grabbed the small flashlight I kept on the bedside table and quietly moved to the window. The beam cut through the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the shadowed shapes of the trees. I stayed at the window for a long time, shining the light into the blackness, listening. Every time the wind gusted, it seemed to carry the sound closer. I tried to calm myself, rationalizing that maybe it was a large branch falling or some other natural noise. Eventually, exhaustion overpowered my fear, and I returned to bed, keeping the flashlight within reach. The steps did not come closer, but I could not shake the feeling of being watched. The next morning, I went outside, trying to convince myself everything was normal. The clearing looked undisturbed. There were no tracks other than mine from the previous day. The sun filtered weakly through the tall pines, and the wind had calmed. I set out on a short hike along a marked trail that ran past the cabin. The forest seemed peaceful in the daylight, the kind of quiet that feels empty but not threatening. I tried to relax and enjoy the walk, but I kept glancing back toward the cabin, remembering the noises of the night. When I returned, I found something that made my stomach drop. One of the logs from the firewood stack was moved slightly, just a few inches, but I was certain I had stacked them perfectly before bed. I felt a rising panic, but tried to tell myself it could be the wind. Still, I made a mental note to check all the latches on the doors and windows again. The next night, the sounds returned. This time, they were closer, circling the cabin, moving along the edges of the clearing. I could hear soft scraping against the wood siding, faint but distinct. My fear turned into a knot of dread I couldn't ignore. I stayed awake, holding the flashlight, watching the shadows just beyond the porch. Hours passed, and eventually exhaustion won again. I dozed off briefly, waking suddenly to the sound of a window rattling as if someone, or something, was trying to open it. I leapt up, grabbed the baseball bat I had in the corner, and ran outside into the cold night. The clearing was empty. No tracks, no sign of movement, just the quiet rustle of the trees. After that, I knew I had to leave. I packed my essentials quietly, careful not to make any unnecessary noise, and kept an eye on the surrounding trees as I prepared the car. I didn't want to look back, didn't want to imagine eyes watching me from the darkness. As I drove away, I kept the headlights on the dirt road ahead, heart pounding, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where I finally felt some sense of safety among the distant lights of the town. Looking back on that weekend, I still don't know exactly what was out there. Maybe it was someone living in the woods watching the cabin, or maybe it was some other creature that roamed the area at night. I will never return to that cabin. The experience left a deep mark on me, a reminder that isolation can be dangerous, and that sometimes the fear of the unknown is grounded in reality. From then on, whenever I venture into the woods, I make sure to tell someone where I am going, keep my phone close, and always have a plan to leave quickly. That weekend taught me that caution is not paranoia, and that the forest, no matter how beautiful, can hold dangers we cannot always see. I had been planning this cabin trip for months, but I never imagined it would turn into something that would leave me questioning every choice I had ever made. The cabin was tucked deep into the woods, far from any road that was maintained in winter. I had driven as far as the main trailhead, then walked the last 3 miles carrying my pack, which was heavier than I remembered. The trail was mostly hidden under a thick layer of leaves and mud, and the occasional broken branch or tangled root made every step a careful negotiation. The air was sharp with the scent of wet earth, and the smell of pine hung thick around me, almost suffocating at times. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as I approached the clearing where the cabin sat, which made the thin shadows stretch and twist unnaturally across the ground. The cabin itself was a simple structure: weathered wood, a pitched roof, a stone chimney. It had been abandoned for a few years, judging by the layers of dirt and moss clinging to the siding. I had a key, though, which made me feel a little more secure, even if the structure seemed fragile and forgotten. I set my pack down outside, brushing mud off my boots, and examined the cabin. The door was stiff but opened without forcing. Inside, dust motes danced in the fading light, coating everything in a thin layer of gray. The furniture was sparse: a wooden table, a few chairs, and a bed frame with a lumpy, yellowed mattress. The fireplace looked intact but cold, and a few pieces of firewood lay scattered nearby. I checked the windows, all intact but streaked and grimy. I decided to set up my sleeping area first, laying out my mattress pad and sleeping bag, trying to ignore the way the cabin's silence seemed heavier than the forest outside. Once that was done, I gathered some firewood from outside and started a small fire in the fireplace, the smoke curling toward the chimney. It felt like the only warmth in the clearing was coming from that little flame, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows the fire cast were too long, too deliberate. I tried to rationalize it. The sun was gone, the forest was dense, the trees were tall, but it didn't help. There was a persistent rustle in the woods, a soft, irregular sound like something moving over dead leaves. I assumed it was a deer or a raccoon, but the noise didn't follow the normal patterns of animals I knew. By the time darkness fully fell, the cabin was only lit by the fire and the thin moonlight filtering through the grimy windows. I cooked a simple meal over the flames, eating quietly and trying to let the silence wash over me in a normal, calm way. I went through my usual routine, checking my supplies, making sure my flashlight worked, and stacking the remaining firewood near the hearth. When I finally lay down in my sleeping bag, the isolation hit me in full. The walls of the cabin creaked, The wind groaned through the trees, and I realized that every noise, every shadow, could be something significant or nothing at all. Around midnight, the first real scare came. I heard a loud, solid thump on the cabin's side, like someone or something had hit it with a heavy object. I froze, my pulse spiking. The wind had died down, and all I could hear was my own breathing. I strained my eyes into the dark corners of the room, but the firelight didn't reach them. Another thump followed, slower this time, deliberate. It didn't sound like an animal. My first thought was that someone was outside, possibly trying to get in. I considered calling for help, but I had no cell signal, and even if I did, the nearest road was miles away. I debated hiding, barricading the door with the furniture, but something in me told me that panicking would make things worse. Instead, I grabbed the flashlight and quietly moved toward the door, trying to gauge if there was anyone outside. I pressed my ear against the wood but heard nothing but a low, shifting sound in the underbrush. For hours, I stayed awake, listening, counting every snap of a branch, every movement beyond the walls. Occasionally, I heard soft scraping near the windows, light enough that it could be a branch brushing against the glass, but distinct enough to make me flinch every time. I realized the fire was nearly out, so I added more logs, watching the light flare up, shadows dancing against the walls. The fire made me feel slightly safer, though the sense of being watched never left. I sat up all night, flashlight ready, trying to keep the panic at bay. When dawn finally broke, I left the cabin briefly, trying to see if there were any signs of someone approaching it. There were none, though the forest floor bore marks of animal tracks I couldn't identify. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the anxiety didn't fade. The next day, I tried to keep myself busy. I repaired a few loose boards around the cabin, gathered more firewood, and explored a little of the surrounding area to stretch my legs. The forest seemed calm in daylight, but I couldn't shake the feeling that being alone in such a dense, quiet place was dangerous. That night, the noises returned, more intense than before. This time, I could hear shuffling footsteps circling the cabin. My mind refused to accept that it was just an animal. The sound was too heavy, deliberate, measured. I stayed by the window, watching the dark line of trees, but I couldn't see anyone. I realized I had no effective means to defend myself, and panic began to rise again. I kept the fire burning at full strength, making sure the room was as lit as possible, and I kept a large branch close at hand. Hours passed like this, my nerves frayed to the point that even the smallest sound sent me flinching. I tried to rationalize. The forest was alive at night, animals moved around, the wind shifted the undergrowth. But every time a branch snapped, or a heavy thump echoed against the cabin, my heart jumped. Sleep was impossible. By morning, I was exhausted, with raw eyes and a tight chest. I decided I had to leave, that staying any longer was too risky. I packed my bag quickly, leaving only the essentials, and prepared to hike back to the trailhead. I had no cell service, and the nearest help was miles away, so caution was critical. Every step I took toward the trees surrounding the cabin was tense, each shadow a potential threat. The hike back was grueling, the forest uneven and slippery from recent rain. My mind was hyper-alert, scanning every movement, listening for anything abnormal. Around midday, I noticed tracks in the mud, not animal tracks, but footprints that were too large and too defined to belong to a deer or raccoon. They seemed fresh, leading in the direction of the cabin, then circling back toward the deeper forest. I quickened my pace, my anxiety escalating with every step. The trail narrowed, and I had to navigate roots and rocks carefully, but I didn't dare stop. The forest seemed endless, and I felt exposed, aware that if someone were following me, I would have no way to know until it was too late. By late afternoon, I finally reached a small dirt road. Relief washed over me, though my exhaustion and lingering fear left me trembling. I followed the road until I found a passing car and flagged it down, explaining briefly where I had been. The driver, kind and concerned, offered to take me to the nearest town. I sat in the passenger seat, feeling the forest fade behind me, my body slowly relaxing. The safety of civilization brought clarity and a sense of disbelief. I realized I had survived what could have been a life-threatening situation. The cabin, the forest, the unknown presence or presences that had stalked me. They were behind me now, at least physically, but the memory of fear, the anticipation, the hours of watching and listening remained vivid. In the days that followed, I reported the cabin situation to local authorities. They investigated and found that the cabin had been occasionally visited by squatters, some of whom were known for petty theft, but nothing violent had been reported. The tracks I had seen were likely from them, or possibly from others moving through the forest illegally. The idea that someone had been so close while I slept, that they could have entered the cabin or caught me unaware, left a lasting mark. I returned home, but I couldn't stop thinking about the isolation, the silence, and the unrelenting tension of that night. I realized that fear in the wild isn't just about animals or accidents. It's about knowing that in a place so removed from help, your survival depends entirely on your awareness, caution, and nerve. I kept a detailed journal of the trip, every sound, every movement, every thought, as a way of processing the experience. Weeks later, I revisited some of my preparation habits, upgrading my gear, carrying better lighting, better fire-starting equipment, and a small emergency radio. I never returned to that cabin, and I researched other remote cabins thoroughly before ever considering a solo trip again. The experience changed the way I approached isolation, wilderness survival, and personal safety. I became meticulous, almost obsessive about planning, but it was a discipline born from necessity. The woods are beautiful, but they are also unpredictable and unforgiving. I survived that trip, and in surviving, I learned a hard lesson about caution, awareness, and respect for the power of solitude in the wilderness. Months later, I had been planning this trip for months, and by the time I finally reached the small dirt road that led to the cabin, I felt a mix of excitement and unease that I couldn't shake. The forest stretched on both sides of the narrow path, dense and dark despite the bright afternoon sun above. The smell of wet pine and decomposing leaves was heavy in the air, the kind of smell that sinks into your clothes and hair and stays there. I parked my old sedan at the edge of the road, the tires crunching against the gravel, and took a deep breath. This was supposed to be a weekend escape, a way to clear my mind and get away from the constant hum of the city. The cabin had been rented through a small, barely visible listing online. The pictures showed a rustic, two-story cabin made of rough-hewn logs, perched near a small lake with mountains rising behind it. From the photos, it seemed perfect, remote enough to be alone, yet accessible. Now that I was here, the reality felt different. Quieter, denser, and heavier in a way that felt almost suffocating. The path to the cabin wound through thick woods, the trees so close together that the sunlight barely reached the ground. I grabbed my backpack and a duffel bag with my supplies and started walking, each step crunching leaves and small twigs beneath my worn hiking boots. My mind kept wandering back to the list of things I had read about survival in the woods. Check your water, be aware of wildlife, don't stray from marked trails. I repeated these thoughts to myself like a mantra, trying to convince myself that everything was fine, that the isolation was just what I wanted. But the deeper I went into the forest, the heavier the silence became. There were no birds, no wind through the trees, nothing but the crunch of my own steps. Even the usual insect hum seemed absent, and I felt a tightness in my chest that I couldn't explain. The cabin appeared just as I had imagined it, sitting slightly off the main path, hidden behind a cluster of fir trees. Its wood was dark and weathered, the windows thick with dust and grime, but the structure looked solid. I noticed the small dock that extended into the lake, rotting slightly at the edges, and the way the water reflected the overcast sky in a dull gray shimmer. It was beautiful in a cold, quiet way, and yet I felt a small twinge of apprehension. The first thing I did was unload my supplies, laying them neatly inside the cabin. I had brought a small camping stove, enough food for 3 days, bottled water, blankets, and extra layers of clothing. The cabin was modest, 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen area, and a living space with a stone fireplace. There was no electricity, just a few candles and a kerosene lamp, which I tested immediately. The soft, Flickering light made shadows crawl across the walls in a way that made the cabin feel more enclosed than it appeared in photos. After setting up my sleeping area in the corner of the main room, I decided to take a walk around the property. The lake was calm, its surface perfectly still except for the occasional ripple from a fish or insect. The forest surrounding the lake was dense, and the mountains behind it rose sharply, jagged and imposing. I walked along the shore, feeling the cool, damp air on my skin. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I kept telling myself it was normal, that isolation was supposed to feel this way. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the forest itself was aware of my presence. I shook my head and forced a laugh, blaming it on nerves and overthinking. I returned to the cabin as the sun began to dip behind the mountains, leaving a deep orange glow on the horizon. I lit the fireplace, the smell of burning wood filling the cabin and warming the stone floor beneath my feet. I ate a simple meal I had brought, mostly canned beans and bread, and cleaned up carefully afterward. Nightfall in the woods is sudden and absolute. Within an hour, the last light of day disappeared, and the forest outside the cabin's windows became a solid, impenetrable darkness. I turned on the kerosene lamp, but even its soft glow barely reached the corners of the room. The wind began to pick up outside, rustling through the trees and sending branches tapping against the cabin walls. I had brought a small supply of firewood, enough for the night, and spent some time stacking it neatly beside the fireplace. I kept the door locked and latched the windows from the inside. Even so, I couldn't stop glancing at the shadows beyond the glass. Around midnight, I thought I heard a branch snap somewhere outside, far enough that it could have been an animal or just a tree falling. My heart rate picked up slightly, but I tried to tell myself it was normal. I forced myself to sit in a chair near the fire and read from a survival guide I had brought. The words seemed to blur, though, as my mind kept drifting back to the sounds outside. The snapping of twigs, the occasional rustle in the underbrush, and an almost imperceptible thud every few minutes that I couldn't identify. Around 2 in the morning, the thudding became more frequent. I froze, listening carefully. It was rhythmic, deliberate, not like the random noises of wildlife. My stomach tightened. Whoever or whatever was out there seemed to know I was alone. I stood and peered out the window, shining a flashlight across the forest edge. The beam revealed nothing but dark shapes of trees and undergrowth. I checked the locks again, and my hands were shaking. The rational part of my mind told me it was likely a deer or some other large animal, but the rationality was thin against the rising tide of fear. I moved a chair to block the door and placed a kitchen knife on the table beside me. Sleep became impossible. As the hours dragged on, the thudding grew closer. It was slow, methodical, coming from the side of the cabin near the storage shed. I knew I couldn't just stay paralyzed with fear, and yet the thought of opening the door to check was terrifying. I grabbed my flashlight, the knife in my other hand, and edged toward the door. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened. There was nothing now, just the wind again. My pulse was pounding in my temples. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to wait until daylight. The forest at night is not forgiving. Shadows can play tricks on your eyes, and sudden noises feel amplified. I sat in the chair by the fireplace, gripping the knife, and barely slept until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. The morning revealed no clear sign of what had been outside. The ground near the shed was undisturbed, though I noticed deep tracks in the mud a little further out. Large footprints, too big to be human, leading into the dense forest. I had a brief flash of the news stories I had read about people encountering bears or cougars near cabins in isolated areas. The thought made me shiver. I decided not to go exploring immediately. Instead, I set about making the cabin as secure as possible, checking the locks, reinforcing the windows with extra planks I found in the shed, and moving the firewood closer to the main entrance so I could use it if I needed to block the door. I spent the day staying close to the cabin, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding woods. My nerves were raw, every sound amplified, every shadow a potential threat. I realized I had underestimated the isolation, how it changes your perception. A branch falling in the wind feels like someone stepping carefully through the trees. A bird taking off from a branch sounds like a warning. I rationed my water and food carefully, knowing that I couldn't rely on immediate help if something went wrong. I started marking a path along the edge of the property with small stones, creating a visual boundary so I would know if anything crossed it during the night. The second night was worse than the first. The thudding started again, this time closer to the cabin, followed by a scraping sound against the wood of the storage shed. I stayed in the main room, flashlight in hand, knife ready, waiting and listening. Hours passed. Just when I thought it had stopped, a loud crash echoed through the trees, like something had knocked over a heavy object. My heart jumped, and I realized I hadn't checked the windows. I ran to the nearest one, peered out, and caught a glimpse of a large, dark shape disappearing into the forest. It was gone too quickly to identify, but the tracks in the mud were unmistakable. A bear, large, aggressive, searching for food or curious about my presence. Fear is a sharp, burning sensation that forces you into action. I spent the entire day reinforcing the cabin, gathering rocks to throw if needed, making noise whenever I stepped outside to mark the perimeter. I stayed close to the fire, keeping it burning as much as possible to deter any animal from approaching. I realized survival wasn't just about having supplies. It was about understanding the environment, predicting movements, and staying calm under pressure, even when every instinct screamed to flee. On the third day, I decided I needed to leave. I packed all my supplies, taking only what I absolutely needed. I waited until midday when the sun was highest, making the forest less menacing, and began walking back to the car. I kept my eyes on the tracks in the mud, staying alert for movement. The forest seemed quieter than before, almost as if it were holding its breath. When I finally reached the car, I checked the tires and engine, started it, and drove slowly down the dirt road, keeping a I had been planning this trip for months. The city was exhausting me in ways I didn't even fully understand until I was staring at the horizon from the back of my old SUV, leaving the noise and concrete behind. I was heading for a small cabin I had rented in a remote area deep in the woods, far from any major roads or towns. I had chosen this cabin because of its isolation, its quiet, and the idea that I could spend a week alone, away from anyone, just living simply. I thought of it as a chance to reset, to breathe, to escape the constant pressure of work and the city's rhythm. What I didn't anticipate was how alone I would feel, and how quickly that quiet could turn into a creeping tension. The drive was long. The first few hours were ordinary. The highway stretching straight ahead, sunlight filtering through the trees on either side. As I left the highway and took the smaller, less maintained roads, the surroundings started to change. The houses disappeared, replaced by dense woods, tall trees whose branches intertwined like skeletal fingers. The road narrowed, becoming more of a dirt track than a proper path, and the deeper I drove, the more I noticed how quiet it had become. Even the usual birdsong seemed muted. It wasn't eerie yet, just unusual. I told myself it was exactly what I wanted. Solitude. After several hours, I reached a point where my phone lost signal. That was fine. I had made peace with being unreachable. I parked by the last marker indicating the cabin's location and started walking along the narrow path that led into the trees. The cabin itself was not visible from the road. I carried a backpack with essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, extra clothes, a flashlight, and some basic tools. The path was overgrown in places, and the ground was uneven, making me slow down. The smell of damp earth and pine was strong, and I noticed small animals scurrying away as I approached. I tried to enjoy it, to notice the small details, the way sunlight pierced the canopy in scattered beams, the sound of leaves rustling underfoot. But there was also a tension, a constant feeling that I was moving through a place where I didn't belong. I pushed that thought aside. The cabin appeared gradually, first as a shadow through the trees, then more clearly. It was an old structure, wooden, with faded paint and a small porch. It looked sturdy enough, though signs of neglect were obvious. A few boards missing on the porch, windows clouded with dirt, the roof sagging slightly. Inside, it smelled musty, but it was dry, and the wood, though old, was solid. I dropped my bag, opened the windows to let in fresh air, and started unpacking. The cabin was small, with a single room that combined living and sleeping space, a tiny kitchen corner, and a small bathroom. There was a wood stove, though I noticed the chimney needed cleaning. It was not luxurious, but it was enough for me, and I was alone, which was exactly what I had come for. The first night passed quietly. I made a fire, cooked some simple food, and went to sleep feeling relaxed. The silence was comforting, almost meditative. I thought about how rare it was to be somewhere completely disconnected, how freeing it felt. I had brought a notebook, and I spent part of the evening writing down thoughts, making lists of things I wanted to do, reflecting on the city and my life there. It felt productive in a simple, grounded way. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I wanted to understand my surroundings, mark nearby trails, and see how far I could walk without getting lost. The terrain was rougher than I expected. The forest was dense, and there were areas where the ground was uneven, covered with roots and loose stones. I followed a small creek, noting the way it curved through the trees, the rocks along the bank slick with moss. Birds were more abundant now, and occasionally I saw deer or squirrels. It was beautiful in a wild, untouched way. I felt good, healthy, energized by the physical effort of walking over the uneven terrain. I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, tired but satisfied. I cleaned some of the kitchen tools, started a fire, and prepared a simple dinner. As the sun began to set, the forest changed. Shadows lengthened, the air cooled rapidly, and I noticed that sounds seemed more distant. I tried to remind myself that this was normal, that the forest was simply vast and full of natural noise and quiet. Still, a small unease settled in my chest. I lit an extra candle, sat near the fire, and kept busy reading a small book I had brought. The night passed without incident. The following days were similar: hikes, observing the forest, reading, cooking. But as I settled into the rhythm, I started to notice small things that unsettled me. Items in the cabin would seem slightly out of place. A chair would be tilted a little differently than I remembered. A pot on the stove would have a smudge I hadn't noticed. I told myself I was imagining things, that the wind, or my own absent-mindedness, explained it. But each night, as darkness fell, the sense of being watched grew stronger. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. A shadow that seemed to move outside a window, a branch tapping against the wall, the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. I kept reminding myself that the cabin was in the middle of a forest, and wildlife was normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in a different way. By the third night, my unease had grown into something harder to ignore. I had gone to bed early, trying to calm my mind, but every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the wooden walls, felt amplified. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin, slow and deliberate. I froze, straining to listen. Nothing followed. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but sleep was difficult to find after that. My eyes darted toward the windows constantly, my mind imagining every possible scenario. I felt vulnerable in a way I hadn't before, realizing that I was alone and isolated, with no one to help if something went wrong. The next day, I resolved to explore more broadly, to be active during daylight and stay busy, thinking it might ease the tension. I packed water, food, and my small first aid kit and set out early. The forest was even denser than the area immediately surrounding the cabin. Trails were faint, marked only by disturbed foliage or the occasional footprint of animals. As I walked, I noticed signs that made my stomach tighten. Broken branches that seemed recent, flattened areas in the undergrowth as if something large had passed through. A sense of movement that didn't match the small animals I had seen earlier. My first thought was that these were bears or large deer, but the shapes didn't quite fit and the tracks were odd. Unease built steadily as I continued deeper, and I realized that turning back would be wise. The forest, beautiful in daylight, felt oppressive and alien when I imagined the night falling while I was still there. I returned to the cabin, keeping to the known path. The sun was beginning to set, and shadows stretched long across the forest floor. I moved quickly, almost running in some parts. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door, checked all windows, and reinforced the latch on the porch. I started a fire in the stove and sat near it, trying to calm myself. I ate dinner mechanically, my hands shaking slightly, my mind replaying the day's observations. I felt trapped by my own isolation, realizing I had underestimated how dependent I was on other people's presence for reassurance, even if I didn't see them or speak to them. Night fell again. The wind rustled the treetops, creating a rhythm that was at once soothing and alarming. Occasionally, a louder noise would punctuate the sound. A branch snapping sharply, a thud in the distance. I kept the flashlight close, checking the perimeter through the windows. That's when I noticed it. A figure or a shape, moving in the shadows beyond the tree-line. I could not see clearly, just a dark outline, but it was enough to stop my heart. My mind raced. Was it a person? A bear? Something else? I didn't know, and the not knowing was worse than certainty. I debated staying put or trying to leave, realizing that any movement outside the cabin could be dangerous. Hours passed. I did not sleep well. I stayed awake, listening, watching, waiting. The figure never approached closer than the edge of the trees, but it remained visible, shifting with the darkness. Morning came slowly, pale light seeping into the room. The figure was gone. I considered leaving immediately, but I also realized I needed to understand what was happening. Fear alone could not dictate my actions. I spent the day observing carefully, noting tracks in the dirt, broken twigs, and areas where the undergrowth had been disturbed. What I saw told me that someone had been near the cabin recently, maybe even watching it for some time. That was terrifying. I had not expected human presence in this remote area, and the thought that someone had approached deliberately, perhaps with ill intent, was sobering. I decided to act with caution. I packed essentials and prepared to hike to the nearest road, which I estimated was several. I had been planning this trip for months, meticulously organizing everything I thought I might need for a solo retreat in the wilderness. I had grown tired of the constant noise and pressure of my everyday life. The city's ceaseless traffic, the fluorescent lights that never dimmed, the constant chatter of coworkers and acquaintances. I craved silence, solitude, and the kind of raw, unfiltered environment where I could feel every moment with clarity. The cabin I rented was deep in the northern forest, far from any road that cars frequently traveled. Satellite maps indicated that it was accessible via a long dirt trail that twisted through dense woods, and I imagined the drive as the perfect buffer, preparing me for a week away from human intrusion. I arrived on a late autumn afternoon. The sun was already dipping low, slanting gold and orange across the tops of the trees. The air had a sharp chill that hinted at the approaching winter. The cabin itself was modest but solid, a small wooden structure with an A-frame roof, a stone chimney, and a wraparound porch. I parked my car in a clearing just off the trail and surveyed the property. The surrounding forest was dense, a tangle of towering pine and fir, with occasional birch trees whose yellowing leaves added subtle bursts of color. I stepped out of the car and immediately noticed how quiet it was, the kind of silence that pressed against your ears and made every small sound. Rustling leaves, distant bird calls, a snapping twig, startle you with unexpected sharpness. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp earth, the lingering scent of previous occupants who had kept fireplaces burning through colder months. The space was small, roughly 20 by 20 feet, with a loft for sleeping, a basic kitchen area, a small table with 2 chairs, and a single bathroom. There were no modern distractions, no television, no internet, and even the electricity was minimal, powered by a generator I could start if necessary. The cabin had a fireplace that seemed to dominate the room, a large stone construction that reached nearly to the ceiling. I unpacked my belongings with care, arranging my sleeping bag on the loft floor and stacking my food and supplies neatly in a cabinet. I wanted everything accessible and orderly. In isolation, any sense of chaos felt amplified, almost threatening. That first evening, I lit the fireplace. The initial roar of the flame brought comfort. The the smell of burning wood filling the cabin. I cooked a simple meal of canned beans and rice over a small portable stove, and as I ate, I listened to the forest settling in for the night. The wind picked up, shaking branches and causing shadows to sway across the walls in ways that made the space feel both alive and strangely unsettling. It was a heavy silence, one that made me acutely aware of every creak in the cabin, every settling noise, every whisper of movement outside. I decided to go to bed early, partly because of exhaustion from the drive and partly because I wanted to acclimate myself to the isolation. As I lay on the loft floor, I thought I heard movement outside. At first, I told myself it was the wind or an animal, probably a deer or some smaller forest creature. But the sound persisted, rhythmic, deliberate, almost like footsteps crunching along the leaf-covered ground. I pressed my ear to the floor, straining to hear, but the sound stopped as if whoever or whatever had made it had vanished as quickly as it appeared. I shook off the unease and fell asleep, though the feeling of being watched lingered longer than I expected. The next morning, the sky was overcast, a thick blanket of gray that muted the forest's colors. I made coffee on the small stove and ate oatmeal while staring out the window at the clearing. There were tracks in the dirt outside, not human tracks, but animal prints, maybe a fox or a coyote. The forest seemed alive in a way that felt primal and unpredictable, each gust of wind carrying a sense of hidden motion. I decided to take a short hike along a nearby trail marked on the old paper map I had brought with me. The path was narrow and barely maintained, winding between thick stands of trees and over fallen logs. The forest floor was damp, slippery with layers of decaying leaves, and every step required attention to avoid twisting an ankle. As I walked, I noticed more signs of wildlife: broken branches, chewed bark, claw marks on trees, but also subtle signs that suggested I wasn't entirely alone. Bits of trash, a weathered plastic bottle partially buried in the mud, indicated that others had passed through recently, though not many. I had thought myself isolated, far from any human activity, yet the evidence of other visitors hinted at occasional intrusion. The unease began to settle deeper in my stomach. The forest was indifferent to me, yet the occasional trace of human presence suggested that I could not completely escape observation. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, feeling tired but invigorated by the exercise. I started the fireplace again and prepared a simple stew from the ingredients I had brought. As darkness fell, I noticed a figure at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, tall, wearing a dark jacket and jeans, standing perfectly still. I froze. The wind carried his scent faintly, cigarette smoke and damp fabric. He did not approach, and within moments, he turned and disappeared into the trees. My heart pounded. The trail I had hiked earlier was the only accessible route, yet there was no way he could have appeared so suddenly. I considered the possibility I had imagined him, a trick of the shadows, but the chill crawling along my spine suggested otherwise. I spent the night uneasy, checking the locks on the doors and the windows multiple times, pacing the cabin to reassure myself that it was secure. Sleep came fitfully. Every rustle outside, every snap of a branch, sent my mind racing. I tried to rationalize. This was a forest, a place where animals roamed freely, where wind and weather made noises that seemed human. Yet the sense of being watched persisted, intensifying with each passing hour. The following day, I attempted to stick to a routine. I hiked further along the trail, taking note of landmarks and small clearings. I marked trees with chalk to avoid losing my way, carrying a small hand axe and a sturdy flashlight. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, heightened my senses. I began to notice inconsistencies, broken twigs that seemed out of place, areas where underbrush had been trampled deliberately, not by random animals. It became apparent that someone else had been moving around, perhaps watching the cabin, perhaps waiting. I returned late in the afternoon, exhausted, and decided to reinforce the cabin. I checked the windows, wedged a piece of wood under the door latch for extra security, and even examined the loft entry, ensuring I had a clear escape route in case of emergency. As night fell, the isolation weighed heavily, each sound amplified in my heightened awareness. I lay on the loft floor, listening, alert to every detail. The wind howled through the treetops, causing shadows to twist and writhe. A branch tapped the roof rhythmically, echoing unnervingly through the cabin. Then, I heard it, the soft, deliberate crunch of footsteps approaching the cabin from the clearing. I held my breath, heart hammering, as the steps drew closer. The flashlight I had left on the counter illuminated the main room, throwing the corners into sharp relief. I considered escaping through the back, but the clearing behind the cabin was open, providing no cover. My mind raced. I thought about yelling, making noise, but the isolation meant my voice would carry far and draw attention I did not want. The steps stopped. I could sense someone at the edge of the cabin, perhaps peering through the shadows, testing whether the structure was occupied. Hours passed like that, each minute stretching into what felt like an eternity. I remained still, my body pressed against the loft floor, ears straining for any sound. The figure eventually moved away, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. I waited until the first light of dawn to cautiously check the perimeter. There was evidence of someone having been very close to the cabin, footprints, disturbed leaves, and broken branches, but no one remained. I considered leaving immediately, abandoning the cabin and my supplies, yet the forest's vastness meant leaving carried its own risks. The road was miles away, and I had no signal on my phone to call for help if something went wrong. Over the next 2 days, I reinforced the cabin further. I set simple traps and alarms with string and cans to alert me if anyone approached. I stayed vigilant, preparing food and water carefully, keeping my tools within reach. I observed the forest constantly, scanning for movement. My body ached from tension, my mind exhausted from the constant alertness, but I survived by adhering strictly to routine and preparation. On the 4th day, I decided to attempt the hike back to the main road. I packed light, taking only essentials: water, food, flashlight, knife, and my emergency kit. I left early, before sunrise, moving quickly along the trail. The forest seemed quieter that morning, the usual wildlife noises muted, almost as if the woods were holding their breath. I had been driving for hours, the road winding through dense forests and rolling hills, the kind of isolation that felt almost tangible. The GPS signal was patchy, but I had a general idea of where the cabin was, deep in the woods, far from anything resembling a town. My plan was simple: a weekend alone to reset, to escape the constant noise and pressure of work. It sounded idyllic, almost too perfect, but I didn't care. I wanted the silence, even if it came with a little unease. The sun was dropping behind the trees when I finally reached the turnoff that led to the dirt path I had been following on the map. The path was narrow and uneven, lined with overgrown brush that scraped the sides of my car. The tires crunched over gravel and small rocks as I drove slowly, the forest pressing in on either side. It was quiet, but the quiet felt heavy, like the woods themselves were watching. I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting something to move in the shadows, but the only movement was the occasional bird darting across the sky, fleeing as if it sensed my intrusion. The cabin itself was almost hidden, tucked into a small clearing surrounded by thick pine trees. It was older than I expected, its wood darkened with age, and there were patches where the paint had peeled off entirely. The roof sagged slightly, and the porch steps creaked as I stepped out of the car. There was no electricity, at least not the kind you plug into. The only source of light was the fading sun and the weak beam of my flashlight. I had chosen this place specifically for its isolation, and now that I was here, I realized how genuinely alone it felt. No other houses, no sounds of distant traffic, nothing except the whisper of the wind and the occasional crack of a branch in the woods. I started unloading my things: a small backpack, food supplies, water, a few blankets, and a first aid kit. The air smelled crisp, tinged with pine and damp earth. I could hear the subtle rustling of small animals in the undergrowth, and for a moment, it was peaceful. But as I moved around the cabin, checking the locks on the doors and the condition of the windows, an unease began to creep in. There were no signs of people, yet some things didn't make sense. Footprints in the dirt around the cabin, half worn into the soil, seemed recent. But there was no one there now. The feeling of being watched began to press against the back of my neck. I decided to start a fire in the old stone fireplace. The wood was dry, stacked neatly in a corner, probably left by the previous renter or owner. The first sparks caught quickly, and the flames began to glow, filling the small cabin with light and warmth. I sat on a wooden chair, listening to the soft crackle of the fire. Shadows danced across the walls, stretching and shrinking with the flames. I tried to focus on something mundane, like organizing my supplies or planning the meals for the weekend. The idea of being alone in such a remote place was thrilling, but it was also terrifying in a very deep, visceral way. As night fell, the forest seemed to shift. The sounds of birds disappeared, replaced by the occasional distant howl of a coyote or the rustle of something moving in the brush. I had brought a small lantern, and its light made the cabin feel less imposing, but the shadows outside remained deep and infinite. I kept glancing out the windows, half expecting to see someone, or something, standing in the clearing, but there was nothing. I tried to rationalize it. The mind plays tricks when you're alone, and the forest has a way of amplifying your fears. Still, every snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves made my heart jump. I settled in for the night, laying out my blanket on the old mattress. The cabin had a faint smell of mildew and old wood, a mustiness that spoke of decades of isolation. I pulled the blanket tightly around me, trying to ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. Hours passed, slow and heavy. Outside, the wind rose, rattling the windows and sending the trees swaying violently. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, hearing every creak of the cabin settling. At some point, I heard it, a faint sound at first, almost imperceptible, like a footstep on the porch. Then another, closer this time. My body tensed, every instinct screaming that someone was outside, watching me. I wanted to convince myself it was an animal, a raccoon or a deer, but the sound had a cadence, a deliberate rhythm that made my skin crawl. I reached for the baseball bat I had brought, my hands trembling. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavier than before. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud in my ears. I waited, tense and alert, eyes straining in the dim light. Minutes passed like hours. Finally, I gathered the courage to peek through the window. The moon had risen, casting pale silver light across the clearing. The porch was empty. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I had imagined it. But when I turned away, my foot brushed something on the floor, a small rock, not unusual in itself, except it was smooth and round, as if it had been deliberately placed there. I hadn't brought it with me. Sleep became impossible. Every sound in the cabin, every gust of wind, made me flinch. By the time morning light filtered through the trees, I was exhausted, my nerves raw. I decided to explore the surrounding area, rationalizing that movement and fresh air might calm me. The forest was thick, the ground uneven and covered with fallen leaves and pine needles. As I walked, I noticed more footprints, large, human-like, but I could see they were not my own. They crisscrossed the path around the cabin, coming and going in no discernible pattern. My stomach tightened. Whoever or whatever had been here before me had left these tracks. When I returned to the cabin, I tried to make sense of it. There was no evidence of forced entry. Doors and windows were still locked. Nothing had been taken, nothing moved inside. Yet the footprints outside suggested otherwise. I double-checked the locks and reinforced the doors as best I could. I didn't want to admit it, but I felt unsafe, and the isolation that had once been appealing now seemed like a trap. I spent the day making small improvements, stacking more firewood near the fireplace, barricading the doors with heavy furniture, and creating noise traps around the perimeter with empty cans tied to string. I didn't know what I expected, some warning system against intruders, but it made me feel slightly more in control. Even with these precautions, every rustle of leaves, every bird cry, sent a jolt of fear through me. Night fell again, and I was even more tense than before. The firelight seemed dim, the shadows longer, and the noises from outside louder. Around midnight, I heard it again, a slow, deliberate scraping at the door. My heart raced. I gripped the bat and approached cautiously. The scraping stopped as I reached the door. I listened, frozen, every nerve alive. Then, suddenly, a loud bang on the porch sent me stumbling back. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. Whoever it was, they were testing me, pushing me to react. I stayed in one corner, bat in hand, eyes on the door. Hours passed like this, time distorted by fear. By dawn, the intruder or intruders were gone. The porch was empty, aside from a few more rocks, each placed deliberately. I didn't understand why someone would do this. Robbery seemed unlikely. There was nothing valuable enough to warrant this level of risk. It felt personal, targeted. I didn't sleep that day, and I didn't sleep that night either. By the third day, I made a decision. I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, taking only the essentials, leaving behind what I couldn't carry. Every sound made me flinch. I drove off the dirt path as fast as I dared, eyes constantly scanning the tree line. I didn't look back. When I reached the nearest town, the relief was overwhelming. I stayed at a small motel, calling the local authorities and reporting the situation. They told me no other incidents had been reported in that area recently, which only added to my unease. Whoever had come to the cabin was unknown, and they could still be out there. In the weeks after, I avoided forests and cabins. I couldn't shake the memory of those nights, the feeling of being watched, the deliberate placement of rocks, the footsteps outside the door. I installed security cameras around my home and became hyper-aware of every sound. Changed me. I was no longer interested in isolation or solitude. The idea of being completely alone was terrifying now. Eventually, I came to a cautious acceptance. The cabin remained a warning, a memory of the raw, unfiltered fear that comes from being utterly alone and completely exposed. I never returned, and I never will. The forest, the cabin, the footsteps. They became a part of me, a reminder that some dangers aren't fantastical or supernatural. They are painfully real, lurking in shadows where no one expects to look, waiting for moments when vulnerability is highest. I can't say who or what was there. I may never know, but I do know this. Isolation in the wrong place can be more. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. A week in a small cabin deep in the forest where I could escape the noise and stress of city life. The idea was simple. Spend a few days alone, disconnect from work emails, the constant notifications, the people, and just breathe. I had rented a cabin that sat about an hour and a half off the main road, tucked into a clearing surrounded by thick trees that seemed older than any buildings in my city. The description online promised complete solitude, a small lake nearby, and a fireplace that would make cold nights bearable. I had driven out early in the morning, packed with essentials: food, water, blankets, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries, and, as always, my phone, even though I wasn't planning to use it much. The drive itself had been longer than expected. The winding dirt roads cut through dense forest, with tall pines casting long shadows that made the day seem dim even in the late morning sun. I passed almost no cars, no signs of life besides the occasional deer or rabbit darting through the underbrush. When I finally reached the small clearing where the cabin was, my heart sank and rose at the same time. It was smaller than I imagined, a simple wooden structure with a porch and a stone chimney. There was no sign of anyone else, not a neighbor, not a car, nothing but trees stretching into the distance. The tranquility of it was appealing, but there was also a raw, sharp feeling in my chest, the kind you get when you realize you are utterly alone in the world. I spent the first hour exploring the cabin. It had a small living area, a simple kitchen with basic utensils, a bedroom with a thin mattress, and a small bathroom. There were no signs of recent visitors except for a faint smell of old wood and something else. Mildew maybe, but it wasn't strong enough to be unpleasant. I lit a fire in the fireplace, wanting the warmth and the comfort of the flames, and settled in for the evening. I hadn't brought much to do, so I unpacked my food, made a small meal, and stared out the window at the forest that seemed to close in around the cabin. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows through the trees. It was beautiful, peaceful, but something about the shadows unsettled me. They weren't just dark. They seemed to shift slightly, almost as if the trees themselves were watching. As night fell, I became acutely aware of the sounds around me. In the city, the night is quiet in one way. You hear nothing because so much is covered up by constant noise. Out here, the silence was complete, but not empty. The wind rustling through the pines sounded like whispers, and I could hear small animals moving in the underbrush. Every crack of a branch or snap of a twig made my heart jump. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just nature. But even as I reassured myself, a cold sweat started forming at the back of my neck. The wind picked up, making the trees sway violently, and the shadows danced more aggressively on the cabin walls. Around midnight, I went to bed, feeling tired but still uneasy. I hadn't heard anything outside beyond the usual animal noises, but there was a weight pressing against me, the awareness of being completely exposed. The walls of the cabin were thin, and any sound from outside would reach me easily. Around 2 a.m, I woke up abruptly. My blanket had slipped off me, and the room was colder than I remembered. That's when I noticed it. A faint scraping sound coming from outside the cabin. It was slow, deliberate, like something was moving across the wooden porch. My first thought was an animal, probably a raccoon or a deer trying to get at the cabin. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I had nothing to fear. But then the sound changed. It wasn't random anymore. It became methodical, slow steps across the porch. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest, the adrenaline making my hands shake. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and pointed it at the window. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the porch. There was nothing. No animal, no person, nothing. But then I saw it. A shadow moving against the cabin wall. Not a tree shadow, not an animal, a human shape. My breath caught, and my first instinct was to tell myself I was imagining it, that shadows shift at night and my mind was playing tricks. But the movement was too deliberate, too steady. It lingered for a moment, then disappeared. I could hear the scraping again, lighter this time, as if someone was stepping lightly on the wooden porch. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, flashlight in hand, listening. Eventually, the sound stopped, and the night returned to its usual rhythm of wind and distant animal noises. But sleep was impossible. I stayed awake the rest of the night, checking the windows every few minutes, listening for the slightest sound. By morning, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed, and I was more on edge than I had ever been in my life. The next day, I tried to act normal. I ate a quick breakfast, walked down to the small lake near the cabin to collect my thoughts, and decided that maybe the whole experience was my imagination. The sunlight made the forest seem less threatening, and I tried to convince myself that nothing was out there besides animals. But when I returned to the cabin and opened the door, I noticed something unsettling. One of the boards on the porch was slightly lifted, as if it had been forced up from underneath. My stomach sank. I hadn't noticed it yesterday, and I had walked across the porch multiple times. Someone or something had been there. I spent the day trying to rationalize it. I inspected the cabin, the windows, and the doors. Everything seemed secure now, nothing obviously disturbed. I decided to stay inside, keep the doors locked, and not go outside after dark. The sun dipped low again, casting long shadows across the forest, and the feeling of being watched returned, pressing down on me. I lit the fire early and sat close to it, my flashlight within arm's reach. The wind grew stronger as night fell, rattling the windows and making the shadows dance. And then, around 11, I heard it again, the scraping, the slow, deliberate steps across the porch. This time, I was ready. I grabbed the heavy metal poker from the fireplace, my hand shaking, and moved to the window. The shadow appeared again, more clearly this time, tall and still human-shaped. I could make out the faint outline of a person, standing just at the edge of the porch, almost completely still, as if watching me. Fear made my mind race. I realized I had no way to call for help. The cell service was almost non-existent, and the nearest town was miles away. If someone wanted to harm me, there was no one to stop them. I thought about running, but there was nowhere to run. The forest was thick, and I would only get lost. The only option was to defend myself and survive until morning. I backed away from the window and locked every door, sliding the metal poker across the floor to have it ready. Every noise outside made my heart leap. I couldn't tell if it was someone trying to break in or just a trick of the night. Hours passed like this. I stayed awake, sitting in the corner of the living room, the fire dying slowly, casting weak light across the cabin. Every few minutes, I would hear faint scratches, small knocks on the walls, or the shifting of the porch. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I had survived this long, that I could get through the night. At some point, exhaustion took over. I curled up on the floor near the fire, still holding the poker, and managed to drift into a fitful sleep, waking at the slightest creak or rustle. Morning came slowly. The sun filtered weakly through the trees, and the wind had calmed. I cautiously approached the window and peered outside. Nothing. The porch looked undisturbed now. The board in place, no footprints, no signs of anyone ever being there. I felt relief wash over me, but it was tempered by exhaustion and disbelief. I had no explanation for what had happened, but I wasn't going to stay to find out. I packed my things as quickly as possible, triple-checking doors and windows, and set out on the long drive back to civilization. The forest seemed less threatening in daylight, but I still couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, even as I drove away. When I finally reached the main road and started seeing cars again, people, the signs of human life, the tension began to leave me. I realized I had been lucky, that whatever had been outside that night had chosen to disappear or move on. I told myself I would never return to that cabin, that I had experienced something dangerous and irrational but real enough to scare me senseless. I eventually made it home, and though I went back to my normal life, the memory of those nights stayed with me. I double-checked locks obsessively, looked over my shoulder in empty streets, and felt the chill of being completely alone in the world every time I went somewhere isolated. Looking back, I understand now that I had been naive to think I could just go into the forest and be safe. The world is not always kind, and humans are not always predictable. I survived, and that's what mattered, but the cabin taught me a lesson in vigilance, in the reality of solitude, and in the way fear can shape every movement, every thought, when you are truly alone and exposed. I never went back, and I never will. I kept the memory with me, a reminder that danger can be quiet, deliberate, and entirely. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. I needed the solitude, the break from the constant pressure of work and city life. I found the cabin online, tucked away in a dense forest at the edge of a mountain range, far enough from any towns that it promised silence, isolation, and a chance to escape. The photos made it look perfect. Rough-hewn wood exterior, a stone chimney curling smoke into the sky, a small porch overlooking the forest. The owner assured me that it was accessible year-round, though the road leading to it was unpaved and narrow. I didn't mind. In fact, the more remote, the better. I packed carefully. Food, water, basic camping gear, a first aid kit, a flashlight, extra batteries, matches, a small axe, and blankets. I also brought my phone, though I knew the reception might be spotty, and I had a small battery-powered radio just in case. The drive there was long and slow. The paved road ended abruptly, giving way to dirt and rocks. The trees grew denser as I drove deeper into the forest, their shadows stretching across the road like fingers. Occasionally, I would see deer or small animals darting away into the underbrush, startled by the sound of my car. The air changed as I drove, too. It became cooler, crisper, smelling of pine, wet soil, and the faint, sharp scent of decaying leaves. I felt a thrill of anticipation mixed with unease. Being out here, far from anyone else, was exciting and intimidating at the same time. I reached the cabin just as the sun was starting to lower behind the mountains. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by tall pines. The porch was slightly sagging, and the wood smelled of damp and old smoke. I parked the car and got out, stretching. My legs ached from the drive, but I didn't mind. I took a long look at the forest around me. There was a quiet that I hadn't experienced in years, a dense, heavy silence that pressed on my ears and chest. It was the kind of quiet that made every small sound feel amplified. The rustling of leaves, the creak of a branch, the distant call of a bird. I felt both relieved and unnervingly aware of how alone I was. I brought my bags inside, setting them by the door. The cabin smelled faintly of mildew and old wood, mixed with smoke from the fireplace. I inspected the place carefully. The living room was small, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall, a couch covered in an old quilt, a small wooden table, and a couple of chairs. The kitchen was basic: a stove, a sink, a small fridge, and a few cabinets. I checked everything. The water ran, the stove worked, and the firewood was stacked neatly by the fireplace. Upstairs were 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom with a tub and a toilet. The walls were rough-hewn logs, dark and sturdy, and the floors creaked underfoot. I decided to start a fire. The air had turned cold, and the sun was fading fast. I laid the logs carefully in the fireplace, arranging kindling and paper, striking a match, and finally coaxing the fire to life. The flames crackled, sending sparks upward, and the room filled with warmth and a golden glow. I unpacked my food, made a simple dinner, and settled in to eat by the fire. Outside, the light dimmed to deep blue, and the forest seemed to thicken in shadow. I could hear the occasional crack of a branch in the distance, the shuffle of some small animal in the underbrush. I told myself it was nothing, just the forest being alive. After dinner, I decided to explore the surrounding area a little. I had brought a flashlight, though it didn't illuminate far beyond the tree line. I walked along the edge of the clearing, trying to get a sense of the terrain. The trees were thick, the undergrowth dense, making it hard to move quickly. I marked a few points mentally to remember where I had walked, though I wasn't planning on going far. The forest was dark and silent, except for the occasional sound of animals. It was easy to imagine how quickly someone or something could get lost out here. When I returned to the cabin, I felt the full weight of isolation. I locked the doors, drew the curtains, and sat by the fire, feeling a mix of exhilaration and unease. My phone had no signal, the radio crackled faintly, and the only sound was the fire. I was alone, completely alone. I tried to settle in with a book, but I kept hearing things. The snap of twigs, the rustle of leaves, even though the wind had died down. My imagination began to play tricks on me. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of my eyes. I shook my head, telling myself it was normal, just the effect of being alone in a dense forest at night. The first night passed fitfully. I slept in short stretches, waking at odd hours, convinced I had heard someone or something outside. The cabin's creaks and groans amplified every noise. I would check the locks and windows, reassure myself that it was just the cabin settling, that I was safe, that nothing was coming for me. Still, the forest outside seemed alive in a way that made me nervous. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made my heart jump. I felt exposed, aware that if something wanted to harm me, there was no one for miles who could help. The next morning, I woke early, the pale light filtering through the trees. I made coffee, took my time eating, and decided to explore more of the forest. I stayed close to the cabin, following a narrow, overgrown path that led slightly uphill. The forest was dense, filled with pine needles, ferns, and moss. Small streams trickled down the slopes, and birds called intermittently. I kept my eyes open for wildlife. I saw deer tracks, the marks of raccoons, and the occasional squirrel darting up a tree. The forest was beautiful, but there was an edge to it, a sense of being watched that I couldn't shake. I told myself it was my own paranoia, but it gnawed at me nonetheless. By the third day, the isolation was beginning to weigh on me. The quiet, which had initially felt liberating, now felt oppressive. I had no human contact, no way to communicate effectively, and the forest seemed more unpredictable with each passing hour. I kept the fire going, checking supplies, keeping food and water close. I tried to stick to routines: walking, exploring, cleaning, reading, but my mind kept wandering to what ifs. What if an animal got too close? What if a branch fell and trapped me? What if I injured myself far from the cabin? The fear was subtle, creeping in slowly, making me hyper-aware of every sound and movement. On the fourth day, I decided to take a longer hike along the ridge behind the cabin. I wanted to see the view, the mountains stretching into the distance, the valley below. I packed a small backpack with water, some food, my flashlight, a knife, and my phone, though I knew the signal would likely remain non-existent. The path was rough, covered in roots and rocks, and it rose steeply. I moved carefully, aware that a misstep could lead to injury in a place where no one would find me. As I climbed, the air became thinner, cooler, and the forest gradually opened into patches of scrub and rock. I could see the valley below, a vast expanse of green and brown, dotted with streams and distant hills. It was beautiful, almost breathtaking, but there was an undeniable vulnerability to being so exposed. I stopped often to rest, drinking water, observing the terrain, noting how quickly the forest could shift from safe and familiar to confusing and dangerous. Rocks could hide holes, branches could trip you. The wind picked up as I climbed higher, carrying the scent of wet soil and distant snow. I felt a mix of awe and dread. This was the kind of place where a small mistake could have severe consequences. Still, I pushed on, driven by curiosity and the desire to see the view from the top. By late afternoon, I reached a high point, a rocky outcrop overlooking the forest and valley below. I sat down, breathing heavily, taking in the view. The sun was starting to lower, casting long shadows across the land. I felt a sense of accomplishment, a brief thrill of being alone in such a wild, untamed place. But as I sat there, I realized the day was slipping away faster than I had planned. The sun would set soon, and the path back was tricky, more so in fading light. I made a mental note to start heading down, careful to retrace my steps precisely. Descending was harder than I anticipated. Shadows stretched across the rocks and trees, the undergrowth seeming thicker than before. I stumbled a few times, catching myself on roots and rocks. My flashlight helped, but its beam was narrow, and the forest seemed endless. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I knew the path. Then I heard it, a low, rustling sound, different from the wind or small animals. I froze. My heart raced. I scanned the area with the flashlight, but there was nothing visible. The sound moved, subtle but deliberate, as if something was following me. I quickened my pace, keeping my eyes on the path, trying to ignore the fear crawling up my spine. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made my pulse spike. I reached the cabin as darkness I never expected my decision to spend a week alone in a remote cabin to turn into one of the most frightening experiences of my life. The cabin was tucked deep in the mountains, far from any town, and the drive to get there was long, winding, and filled with narrow dirt roads that seemed to vanish into thick forests at the drop of a hill. I had chosen the cabin because it promised isolation, something I thought I wanted, away from the noise of the city and the constant pull of work. I wanted peace. I wanted solitude, but I had underestimated the power of silence and the weight of being completely alone, with no one for miles around. The first day was unremarkable. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun low on the horizon, painting the trees in shades of orange and gold. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of dark wood with a tin roof that gleamed faintly in the fading light. It had a single main room with a fireplace, a small kitchenette, a bedroom tucked in the back, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of damp wood. I unpacked my things slowly, arranging them neatly as if by doing so, I could create a sense of order in the wilderness. I lit a fire in the fireplace, the smoke curling lazily through the chimney, and I felt a small sense of satisfaction. I had done this before, the planning and preparation, the careful selection of food and supplies. I thought I had anticipated everything. As night fell, the forest outside grew darker, the trees merging into shadows that stretched and swayed with the wind. The sounds of wildlife were constant, distant howls and rustlings that were familiar enough to feel safe during the day but took on a different tone after sunset. I tried to read for a while, but the shadows in the cabin seemed to grow longer, and the feeling of being watched became almost tangible. I told myself it was ridiculous, that I was imagining things. I had spent nights camping alone in the past without a shred of fear. This was different, though. The cabin's walls were thin, and every sound from outside was amplified. Every crack in the wood, every snap of a twig, made my pulse quicken. The first strange thing happened around midnight. I had gone to bed, leaving the fire to die down, and I was lying on the mattress, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it. A faint tapping sound on the window facing the forest. At first, I thought it was a branch swaying in the wind. The forest was old, full of tall, thick trees that had survived storms and decades of weathering. Branches broke occasionally. I tried to convince myself that was it, but the sound continued, soft but deliberate, like someone or something was tapping lightly with fingers. I froze, listening, my heart racing. The tapping didn't come at random intervals. It was methodical, spaced evenly, as if someone were testing my attention, waiting for a reaction. I tried to tell myself again that it was impossible, that no one could be out there in the middle of the mountains at this hour. But the thought that someone could be watching, someone who had followed me up here, made my stomach churn. I lay there for hours, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined shadows moving past the window. Every sound outside made me jump. When morning came, I resolved to stay calm. I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, though they were old and creaky, offering only minimal security. I didn't see any footprints outside, and nothing appeared disturbed. The sun was strong by then, warm on the cabin walls, and the forest looked harmless and serene. I laughed at myself, chiding my own imagination. It was just the isolation, my brain filling in gaps, my nerves frayed from the quiet. But the next night was worse. I had spent the day hiking a nearby trail, collecting water from a stream, and noting how quickly darkness fell once the sun sank behind the mountains. By the time I returned, I was exhausted but satisfied with the effort I had made. I lit the fireplace again, and as I sat there eating a simple meal, I thought about how peaceful it felt. That calm was shattered after sundown. The tapping returned, but now it was accompanied by another sound. A low, dragging noise from the back of the cabin. I froze, listening. My breath caught in my throat. It was soft, deliberate, slow. Something heavy moving across the ground, but nothing seemed visible outside the window. I moved cautiously toward the bedroom door, every step measured. I had taken a small knife from my pack and kept it in my hand. I checked the windows again. All were locked. The dragging sound stopped suddenly as if the thing had noticed my movement. Silence filled the cabin, thick and suffocating. I tried to reason with myself. Perhaps a deer had been tangled in some fallen branches, moving near the back of the cabin. That was the only explanation I could force myself to accept. I stayed awake that night, sitting by the fireplace, my knife on my lap. The forest outside was alive with the sounds of animals, but none approached the cabin. Yet, every small noise, the wind, a falling branch, the creak of the floorboards, made me flinch. I felt trapped in a prison of my own making, isolated and vulnerable. The third day, I decided to explore more of the area to occupy my mind. The mountain trail I followed wound upward, steep and rocky, and I felt the strain in my legs and lungs as I climbed. But the higher I went, the more exposed I felt. The trees thinned, and I could see the vast expanse of mountains rolling in the distance. I felt small and insignificant, a tiny human in a landscape that had existed for millennia. When I returned, exhausted and sore, the cabin felt safer, almost comforting. I was alive and scathed, and the forest seemed more familiar, less threatening in daylight. But night fell again, and the terror returned. This time, I heard footsteps around the cabin, soft but purposeful. Not animal sounds, human footsteps. They circled the cabin slowly, pausing occasionally, then resuming. I could hear the crunch of gravel and twigs underfoot. I was paralyzed with fear. I stayed low by the fireplace, listening. The steps eventually stopped, but I knew someone had been there, someone who knew I was alone. I couldn't call for help easily. There was no cell signal in the area, only static-filled gaps that made calls impossible. I had packed emergency equipment, but I realized that if someone wanted to harm me, there was nothing I could do until morning. I spent the rest of the night crouched by the fire, knife ready, flashlight by my side, listening to every noise. The following morning, I decided to check the perimeter of the cabin. I wanted evidence, something to confirm what I had suspected. What I found was chilling. Faint footprints in the soft dirt around the cabin, too large for an animal, spaced evenly as if someone had walked carefully, circling the building. There were no other tracks leading to or from the site, suggesting the person had arrived undetected and left in the same manner. My mind raced with possibilities, and I realized that isolation could be dangerous in ways I hadn't anticipated. I spent the next day reinforcing the cabin as best as I could, moving heavy furniture against the doors, checking all windows, and even making a small trap with a few sticks and a string near the main entrance, hoping to hear a break-in. I carried a sense of constant vigilance I had never felt before. Every sound outside made me freeze. The tapping returned intermittently, though I didn't see anyone, and the dragging noise came again, faint but unmistakable. I understood now that my imagination had not been exaggerating. Someone had been here, watching, testing my reactions, and I had no way of knowing if they would return. That night, I stayed awake again. Around midnight, I heard a sound at the back door, a slow, deliberate push. I raised my knife, breathing shallowly. The door rattled slightly, but the reinforcements held. Then, footsteps retreated. I didn't sleep again until morning, and when daylight came, I felt a strange relief. Sunlight made the forest seem safer, the shadows retreating to their harmless forms. I spent hours photographing the footprints, marking the points where noises were most distinct, trying to understand the pattern. I decided to leave the cabin early the next day. I packed quickly, keeping my senses alert. Every rustle of leaves and distant bird call made me tense. I walked to the car, loaded everything, and drove down the mountain, leaving the cabin behind. On the way down, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. But the road was empty. The forest receded, the mountains shrinking in the distance, and I finally felt the tension in my shoulders ease. Looking back, the experience taught me more than fear. It taught me respect for isolation, for the silence of the wilderness, and for the vulnerabilities that come with being completely alone. I realized that fear is not just about what we see or imagine, but about the powerlessness we feel when we cannot control our environment. The cabin was safe in its structure, but my mind had turned it into a trap, magnifying every sound, every shadow. I never returned. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, though I didn't quite realize how much isolation could amplify unease until I was driving the long stretch of gravel road that led to the cabin. The sky was an uneven gray, a dull canvas that made everything feel muted and sharp at the same time. I drove slowly, partly because the road was rough, full of potholes and loose rocks, and partly because I wanted to take in every detail before I was trapped there for the weekend. The forest on either side of the road was thick, dark, and impenetrable, the trees standing like silent guards. I couldn't see the cabin yet, but I could feel the air changing. It was heavier here, almost like it was pressing against my skin, and the scent of damp earth mixed with decaying leaves filled the car. The cabin finally came into view around a bend, a small wooden structure that looked almost swallowed by the trees. From the outside, it seemed harmless, even inviting. It was a simple structure, nothing fancy, with a porch that sagged slightly in the middle and windows that were grimy but intact. I parked my car and got out, taking a moment to let my eyes adjust to the dim light of the overcast day. The air was cold, sharper than I expected, and it carried a hint of something metallic and wet, though I couldn't place it. I carried my backpack to the cabin's porch, feeling the rough wooden planks under my hands and noticing how quiet it was. No birds sang, no wind rustled, and not even a distant vehicle could be heard. It was as if the forest had swallowed everything else. The door creaked as I opened it, the sound unnervingly loud in the stillness. The interior smelled of old wood and something I later realized was mildew. a smell so subtle I might not have noticed it on a shorter visit. The cabin was small. A single room with a stove in the corner, a table pushed against one wall, a bed with a thin mattress in another, and a few cabinets that looked like they hadn't been opened in years. Dust covered the surfaces, and I had to sweep it off with my hand before I could put my backpack down. Everything was still, too still, and the faint echo of my own movements made me tense. I tried to focus on practical things, setting up my sleeping area, checking that the stove worked, making sure there was water, but my attention kept drifting to the feeling that I was being watched, though I knew no one was there. By mid-afternoon, I had explored the cabin thoroughly, opening every drawer, examining every corner, and checking the windows. They were all locked, though the locks were old and rusted. I thought about the forest beyond them and how dense it looked, the way shadows pooled under the trees even with the gray sky above. I didn't want to go for a long walk, not yet. Instead, I unpacked a few supplies, set up my small gas stove for a simple meal, and tried to settle in. The cabin, I realized, was perfect for a short stay in theory, but being alone in it made every little sound. The creak of the floorboards, the whistle of wind through the cracks, the dull drip of water somewhere near the back, feel amplified. Each sound seemed deliberate, as if it were trying to get my attention, and I couldn't ignore the nervous knot that kept tightening in my stomach. As the hours passed, I began to notice things that didn't immediately make sense. Small signs that someone or something had been there before me. A footprint in the dust near the kitchen area, though the door had been closed the whole day. A faint smear on one of the windows, like a handprint, half-wiped but still visible if the light caught it at the right angle. I tried to tell myself it was probably left by the owner or a previous guest, but the thought didn't settle. I felt more and more like an intruder, though technically I had rented the cabin and had every right to be there. There was something about being in such a confined, isolated space that made me hyper-aware of every anomaly, every small imperfection, every detail I might normally overlook. Night fell quickly, faster than I expected, and the gray sky turned to a darker shade that made the forest look like a wall. I lit a small lantern and moved cautiously around the cabin, checking the locks again, making sure the windows were secure and listening. The wind had picked up slightly, making the trees groan and shudder, and I could hear the faint rustle of leaves far away, like movement in the darkness. I tried to focus on practical tasks, setting up my sleeping bag, organizing my supplies, but the stillness outside made me jump at every sound. Once, I thought I heard footsteps in the snow behind the cabin, but when I ran to the door, there was nothing, only the muted, endless trees. I tried to sleep, lying in the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to force my mind to focus on the ordinary. But sleep was impossible. My imagination kept filling in the shadows, turning the creaks into deliberate steps, the wind into whispers. I finally got up, moving around quietly, checking the doors and windows again. Everything was as I had left it. I ate a small snack, drank water, and tried to calm myself by methodically cataloging every item in the cabin. It was a rational approach, but it only delayed the rising panic that I couldn't quite name. By early morning, the first signs of light filtering through the grimy windows brought some relief. I stepped outside for the first time since nightfall, and the forest looked less threatening in daylight, though it was still oppressive in its density. I walked to the edge of the clearing around the cabin, looking for any signs of human activity, footprints, or animals. Nothing, only my own tracks in the mud. I breathed in the cold air, trying to center myself. The night had left me drained, tense, and acutely aware of how fragile the illusion of safety could be when surrounded by isolation. I spent the morning doing small tasks, cleaning, organizing, inspecting the cabin for damage, and making a checklist of things to repair or note for the owner. The more I moved, the more I felt in control, but I could not shake the awareness that the forest was alive in a way I could not see. I kept my backpack close, my phone fully charged, and my small flashlight within arm's reach. The feeling of unease persisted, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness, but daylight and activity kept it at bay for the moment. Around midday, I heard something that made my heart stop, a distinct snap of a branch close to the cabin. I froze, listening. There was a pause, then the soft rustle of undergrowth. I reminded myself that animals lived here. Deer, raccoons, maybe a stray coyote. But the sound was deliberate, too precise to be random, and it was coming from the treeline near the back of the cabin. My mind raced with scenarios, all rational but equally terrifying in their own way. I retrieved a small hatchet I had brought for chopping firewood and went outside cautiously, scanning the perimeter. Nothing. No footprints, no movement, nothing but the indifferent forest. Yet I could not shake the certainty that I had been observed, that something had been near the cabin. The day passed slowly. I did routine checks, moved between the cabin and the small clearing, and kept my senses alert. Each minor sound made my pulse quicken. Each shadow seemed larger, deeper, more purposeful than it should have been. By evening, I realized I had not seen another human all day. The nearest road was miles away, and the nearest neighbor even farther. I ate a simple dinner, cleaned the dishes, and returned to the small bed, exhausted but too tense to sleep. I lay there, listening to the wind tearing through the trees, my mind scanning every corner of the cabin for threats. I realized that being alone in this place forced me to confront the raw unpredictability of the world. In a city, danger feels distant, manageable, but here, it was immediate, intimate, and inescapable. The next morning, I awoke to silence, the oppressive kind that comes after a long, uneasy night. I decided to leave, to pack up, and get back to civilization. But as I gathered my things, I noticed something I had missed before. The back door, which I was certain I had locked, was slightly ajar. My heart jumped, and I froze, scanning the trees, the forest, the perimeter. There was no sign of intrusion, no footprints, no disturbance of the ground. Yet the door's position was undeniable. I checked the lock. It had been forced. My mind raced through every possible scenario, and the weight of being truly alone in this remote cabin pressed down on me. I grabbed my bag, checked the windows one last time, and exited quickly, locking the door behind me. I didn't look back. The hike back to the road felt longer than it should have. Every rustle, every bird call, every wind-blown leaf made my pulse rise. My mind cataloged the details obsessively, noting the locations of trees, the turns of the trail, the distances. I finally reached my car, parked at the edge of the gravel road, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The engine roared to life, and I drove away, eyes constantly scanning the roadside for any signs that I was being followed. Nothing appeared. The forest receded behind me, the oppressive presence lifting as I gained distance. When I finally reached the nearest town, I stopped at a small cafe to catch my breath and drink a hot coffee. My hands shook from the lingering tension, my mind still replaying every detail of the cabin. I had always been drawn to the quiet places, the remote areas where no one else seemed to go. That summer, I decided to take a break from the constant buzz of the city, the endless notifications, the unshakable feeling that everything and everyone was moving too fast. I found a cabin online, nestled deep in the northern woods, accessible only by a long dirt road that twisted and disappeared into dense trees. The pictures showed a small, wooden structure, dark brown with a sloping roof and a stone chimney. A lake shimmered faintly in the background, almost hidden by the foliage. It seemed perfect, a place where I could breathe again and feel the silence that had become almost foreign to me. I packed my car with everything I thought I might need: extra food, water, a first aid kit, camping supplies, a heavy-duty flashlight, batteries, a small stove, and some firewood I bought from a local store near the town I passed on the way. I left early in the morning to avoid traffic, the city gradually fading behind me as the road narrowed and trees crowded in on both sides. At first, the drive was calming. The sunlight dappled the road through the leaves, birds sang in the distance, and the occasional deer crossed the path. The air smelled different too, fresher, heavier with the scent of pine and damp earth. As the miles went by, I noticed the road becoming rougher, with potholes and exposed roots. My car bounced and shook, but I kept going, eager to reach the cabin before nightfall. The GPS signal was weak, dropping in and out as I wound deeper into the forest. By the time I reached the last turn, I was practically following the directions based on memory and the shape of the road rather than any digital guidance. The final stretch was narrow, almost overgrown, and I had to slow down to avoid scraping the sides of my car on the low branches. The cabin appeared suddenly, as if it had been waiting for me. It was smaller than I had imagined, the wood darker and rougher, with signs of age in the way the boards warped slightly and the roof sagged a little. A pile of firewood was stacked neatly near the entrance, and the stone chimney looked solid, though the top was chipped in places. A small wooden dock extended into the lake, its boards worn and gray, and the water was dark and still, reflecting the trees above. There were no other structures, no signs of other people for miles, just the silence of the forest. I parked and stepped out, the air immediately cooler against my skin, carrying the smell of wet soil and pine. I carried my bags inside, noticing how the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, the floor creaking faintly beneath my weight. The windows were dirty, letting in streaks of light that cast long shadows across the room. There was a small kitchen area, a table with a few chairs, and a wood-burning stove. The bedroom had a bed with clean sheets, though the mattress looked thin and worn. I unpacked, arranging my supplies in a way that felt organized and safe, and then I went outside to examine the area. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, the trees dense and tall. The lake was calm, with a faint ripple when a fish broke the surface. The air carried the distant call of a bird, the rustle of leaves as the wind moved through the branches. I collected some dry wood and started a fire in the stove, listening to the snap of the flames and the crackle as they caught hold. I made a small dinner, simple and warm, and then sat by the fire, feeling the tension in my body ease as the sun set. The shadows grew longer, and the forest outside became almost black, the outlines of trees blending together. Night arrived faster than I expected. The darkness outside was thick, almost suffocating, and the forest felt alive in a way that was both beautiful and unnerving. I could hear the distant sound of running water from a small stream I hadn't noticed during the day, the occasional rustle that could have been an animal, though I couldn't see anything through the dense blackness. I double-checked that the doors were locked and that the windows were secure, my instincts sharper than they had been in the city. Sleep came slowly. The darkness seemed to press against the walls of the cabin, and every sound was amplified. The wind through the trees, a branch scraping against the roof, the water lapping faintly at the dock. I woke several times during the night, each time staring into the shadows, listening, straining to hear anything unusual. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved that the night had passed without incident. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding area. I packed a small backpack with water, food, and my flashlight, leaving a note on the table in case someone came looking for me, though it was unlikely anyone would. The forest was dense, the ground covered in leaves and roots, and I had to push through underbrush in places. I followed the stream I had heard at night, noting the patterns of the land, the rise and fall of small hills, the placement of rocks and fallen logs. As I walked, I noticed signs that someone or something had been there before me. A broken branch that looked deliberately snapped, footprints in the mud that were not mine, small piles of stones arranged strangely near the stream. I felt a strange unease, but I tried to rationalize it. Animals, hikers who had passed through before, the natural chaos of the forest. Still, I made sure to stay alert, listening for any unusual noises, keeping my senses sharp. The day passed without incident, though the tension never fully lifted. When I returned to the cabin, I decided to secure the perimeter as best I could. I moved some of the firewood to block the back entrance, checked all the windows, and made sure my flashlight and extra batteries were easily accessible. I cooked another simple meal, ate quickly, and went to bed early, hoping the exhaustion would help me sleep more soundly. That night, however, the forest seemed different. The sounds were closer, sharper. Footsteps, or what sounded like footsteps, echoed faintly outside. I listened carefully, trying to convince myself it was an animal, but the pattern was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. I stayed still, waiting, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps moved slowly around the cabin, stopping and starting, sometimes fading into the distance only to return moments later. I remembered the small knife I had packed in my backpack and kept it by my bed. I also had a small camping axe near the door, which gave me a strange sense of comfort, though I knew it would be more symbolic than practical if something happened. Hours passed in tense silence, punctuated by the occasional brush against the walls, the shift of leaves, the faint sound of footsteps retreating and returning. By morning, the footsteps had stopped. I cautiously opened the door, scanning the area, but there was no sign of anyone. The forest looked calm again, the lake serene, the sunlight cutting through the trees. I felt a temporary relief, though the memory of the night stayed with me. I decided to stay close to the cabin that day, making small improvements, reinforcing the doors, arranging heavy furniture near windows, and creating a small path with rocks and branches that would make noise if anyone tried to approach unnoticed. I decided to spend a weekend alone in a small cabin that sat deep in the woods. The place belonged to a friend of mine who often let me borrow it. He told me it was nothing special, just an old wooden cabin with the basics: electricity that sometimes flickered, running water from a small pump, and a wood stove to keep it warm. The idea of being away from the noise of the city felt right at that time. I wanted quiet, a break from constant phones, people, and work. The cabin sat about 4 miles from the nearest paved road, connected by a rough dirt track that was barely wide enough for a single car. My plan was to drive up Friday morning, bring enough supplies for 3 days, and leave Sunday evening. The drive itself felt long. The last stretch of road was nothing but ruts, mud, and tree roots sticking out. My car shook the whole way in, and branches brushed the roof as if the forest was trying to drag me back. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it looked exactly like the picture he had shown me. A square wooden place with a sloped roof, one small window on each side, and a porch that leaned a little as if tired of holding itself up. Behind the cabin was nothing but thick trees that seemed to go on forever. I got out of the car, stretched my legs, and carried my bags inside. The cabin smelled like old pine and dust. The floorboards creaked with every step. There was one main room with a bed on one side, a table and 2 chairs in the middle, and the wood stove against the wall. A small door led to a bathroom with a pump sink and a toilet that worked with a water tank. There wasn't much else, but it was all I needed. I unpacked my food, cans, dry goods, and a cooler with meat and drinks, and stacked some firewood that had been left by the door. The air inside was cool, so I lit the stove right away. The fire popped and cracked, filling the cabin with a comfortable warmth. For a while, I sat at the table, listening to the silence outside. It was the kind of silence you never get in the city. No cars, no voices, no hum of machines. Just wind brushing through trees and the occasional distant call of a bird. The first day passed quietly. I walked around the clearing, gathered more wood, and even tried fishing at a small stream about a half-mile from the cabin. The water was clear and cold, but I didn't catch anything. I went back, cooked a simple meal on a small gas burner I had brought, and sat on the porch until the sun dropped behind the trees. That night, the forest felt different. When the sun went down, the woods became a wall of black around me. I had a lantern and the fire from the stove, but outside the glow, there was nothing but endless darkness. I thought I heard things moving out there, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. At first I told myself it was deer, raccoons, or maybe just the wind. Still, every time a sound came, I felt it in my chest. I locked the door even though I knew it wasn't much more than a thin piece of wood. I woke up in the middle of the night to silence so heavy it made my ears ring. Then came a noise, slow footsteps on the porch. My heart pounded. I froze in bed, holding my breath. The steps were heavy, too heavy for an animal. They moved across the boards, then stopped. The cabin was so small that I could almost feel the presence just a few feet away on the other side of the wall. I waited. After what felt like forever, the steps moved again, slower this time, as if whoever it was trying not to be heard. They went around the side of the cabin. I stared at the window, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. But nothing came. The steps faded into the night. I didn't sleep much after that. Every small creak or crack made me jolt. At some point, exhaustion pulled me down, and when I opened my eyes again, daylight was leaking through the window. The next morning, I walked outside to look around. The porch showed clear footprints in the dirt, boots, not animal tracks. They circled the cabin and went back into the woods. My stomach turned cold when I realized it wasn't just my imagination. Someone had been there, walking around while I lay inside. I thought about leaving right then, but I had planned this trip for weeks, and I didn't want to give it up because of one strange night. Maybe it was just a hiker who had gotten lost and found the cabin by chance. That's what I told myself, though deep down I knew hikers didn't sneak around cabins in the middle of the night. I tried to go about the day normally. I chopped more wood, made coffee, and read a book I had brought. But the woods no longer felt peaceful. Every sound made me look over my shoulder. When I went to the stream again, I kept scanning the trees, convinced someone was watching me. I didn't see anyone, but that didn't calm me. That night, I prepared better. I placed a heavy chair against the cabin door and kept my flashlight and hatchet next to the bed. I shut off the lantern early so the cabin looked dark from the outside, hoping it would look empty. Then I sat on the bed in silence, waiting. It didn't take long. Around midnight, the noises started again. Slow steps on dry leaves, moving closer and closer. I held my breath. Then the sound of the porch boards creaking under weight. I gripped the hatchet so hard my hand hurt. This time, the steps stopped right in front of the door. The handle rattled gently. Whoever it was tried to push it, then pull it, but the chair held it shut. I sat frozen, heart slamming against my ribs. The sound of breathing came through the thin wood, slow, heavy breathing. Whoever stood there wasn't in a hurry. They just breathed, as if letting me know they were there. Minutes passed like hours. Finally, the steps moved away. I waited, straining to hear. Then, a new sound, the faint scrape of something against the side of the cabin. A knife? A stick? I couldn't tell, but it dragged slowly along the wall all the way around. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every muscle tense. At the first hint of light, I grabbed my bag and decided to leave. I didn't care about the weekend anymore. I stuffed everything into the car and started the engine. But when I pulled forward, I stopped. Blocking the dirt track about 20 yards ahead was a pile of branches and logs, stacked chest-high across the road. It hadn't been there before. My chest tightened. Someone had built it to trap me in. I jumped out and tried to move the pile. The logs were heavy, some thicker than my arm. It would take hours to clear it alone. My mind raced. Whoever had done this could be watching me from the trees at that very moment. I felt eyes on me, even if I couldn't see them. I made the decision to go back to the cabin. I figured staying in the open was worse than being inside. At least the cabin had walls and a lock, weak as they were. I reversed the car and parked it close to the door, then went back inside. The whole day I stayed tense, barely eating, listening for sounds outside. The woods were too quiet, as if everything living had gone still. That night was the longest of my life. The noises returned, steps, breathing, scratching. At one point, something tapped on the window glass. I nearly jumped out of my skin. When I shone the flashlight, there was nothing but the reflection of my own pale face staring back. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I decided I couldn't wait another day. I packed light, just water, some food, and the hatchet, and left the rest behind. If I couldn't drive out, I would walk. The nearest paved road was 4 miles. I could make it if I kept moving fast. I locked the cabin door behind me, though it didn't matter, and started down the dirt track. The forest felt tighter, the trees pressing close as if trying to hide whoever stalked me. Every step I took, I expected to hear another behind me. An hour in, I heard it, footsteps matching mine, staying just out of sight. I stopped. They stopped. My skin crawled. I pushed myself to keep walking faster, heart racing, throat dry. By the time I reached the road, I was almost running. My legs burned, my chest hurt, but I didn't care. When I finally saw a car coming, I waved both arms like a madman. The driver slowed, rolled down the window, and stared at me like I was crazy. I must have looked it, sweaty, pale, wild-eyed. I told him I needed a ride to the nearest town. He didn't ask questions. He just nodded and unlocked the door. I climbed in, clutching my bag and looking back at the wall of trees, certain I would see someone step out and watch me leave. But no one did. I never went back for my car or my things. My friend later asked what had happened to his cabin. I told him only that I didn't want to talk about it. I never set foot in those woods again. Even now, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, hearing those slow footsteps in my head, hearing that breathing at the door, and remembering the pile of logs on the road, waiting for me like a trap. And I know it wasn't just my imagination. Someone was there, watching me, circling that cabin, waiting for the right moment. I had been planning this trip for months, trying to find a place far away from anything resembling civilization. The idea was simple: escape the constant noise of the city, the traffic, the people, and the endless responsibilities that clung to me like a shadow. I rented a small, isolated cabin through a site I had never used before. The listing promised solitude, untouched forest, and a place where I could hear nothing but yourself and the trees. It seemed perfect. I left late on a Thursday afternoon, driving through winding roads that cut through stretches of farmland and then thick, looming woods. By the time I reached the dirt path leading to the cabin, the sun was sinking below the horizon, leaving streaks of red and orange across the sky. My headlights barely cut through the gathering shadows. The trees on either side of the narrow trail seemed taller than any I had ever seen, and the air smelled damp and earthy, like the forest had been holding on to rain it hadn't yet released. The cabin appeared suddenly, almost as if it had been waiting for me in the darkness. It was small, maybe the size of a studio apartment, with weathered wood and a steep roof covered in pine needles. A thin wisp of smoke was rising from the chimney, suggesting the last occupant had left it cold for me, or maybe a caretaker had been by recently. The wooden porch sagged slightly, and the boards creaked under my weight as I stepped toward the door. Inside, it smelled faintly of wood and old stone, like the cabin had soaked up decades of weather and life without anyone noticing. Dust lay in patches on the floor, and the furniture was basic. 2 chairs, a table, a small bed pushed into one corner, and a wood stove that looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I spent the first hour unpacking my things, moving cautiously through the cabin, making sure everything was in order. I had brought canned food, a small cooler with water, and a first aid kit, all carefully planned. I lit the stove and stacked wood into it, listening to the crackle as the first flames caught. Outside, the wind stirred the branches, and the occasional snap of a twig punctuated the silence. It was peaceful at first, almost hypnotic, until I noticed a small detail that had gone unnoticed while I unpacked. Faint footprints in the soft mud outside the cabin. They were fresh, not old, not very deep, but enough to indicate a human or something similar had walked near the cabin just before I arrived. I froze, staring at them, trying to convince myself it was a hiker or a neighbor, but the area had no other houses for miles. My rational brain argued that it was probably nothing. The nearest road was a mile away, and maybe someone had wandered through. But the thought settled in my stomach, heavy and uncomfortable. I tried to distract myself, focusing on making the cabin feel more like home for the night. I cooked a small dinner on the stove, enjoying the heat that warmed my hands. By the time I had eaten and cleaned up, the darkness had fully arrived, and the forest outside was impenetrable black. I moved around with a flashlight, checking the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked and secure. Each creak of the floorboards under my own weight sounded louder than it should have. I told myself it was normal, that the cabin was old, that the wood made noises as it settled. Still, the feeling that I was being watched never fully left. Around midnight, I decided to go to bed. I set my flashlight on the table beside the bed and laid down under the thin blanket, feeling the chill seep through the walls. Outside, the wind had picked up. The branches scraped against the side of the cabin, producing a sound like fingernails dragging across wood. Then came the other noises, soft at first, subtle, like the shuffle of something moving across fallen leaves. My heart rate quickened. I strained to hear, holding my breath. The sounds moved closer, then paused, as if whoever, or whatever, was there had realized I was awake. I lay as still as possible, pretending to sleep, hoping that if someone was outside, they would move on. Hours passed. The noises never became direct or confrontational, but they didn't leave either. I heard thumps on the roof, small at first, then louder, like someone or something was trying to test it. I sat up, gripping the flashlight, and shone it across the room. Shadows played across the walls from the fire in the stove, long, distorted shapes that made it hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. I debated calling someone, but my phone had no signal. The nearest cell tower was too far, and even if I drove back to the main road, it would take over an hour. Morning brought some relief. The light revealed the cabin in its modest, harmless state. The forest outside bathed in soft sun. The footprints were still visible, winding through the dirt around the cabin. They hadn't moved closer, but they also hadn't disappeared. I felt trapped between relief and lingering fear. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best I could, stacking wood against the doors, checking windows, and making sure everything was latched tight. I forced myself to eat and stay hydrated, knowing I needed strength in case the night brought the same tension again. That night, the sounds returned, more deliberate this time. There was no immediate threat, but I could sense proximity. The faint crunch of leaves underfoot, distant footsteps circling, small knocks against the walls. I stayed in bed with the flashlight pointed at the door, watching, waiting. The fire dwindled in the stove, the room growing cold, the shadows shifting in unnerving ways. Fear gnawed at me, but I kept calm, telling myself to stay rational. On the third day, I decided I couldn't wait passively. I made a plan to leave if the night became unbearable, or at least to create more secure barriers. I walked the perimeter in daylight, marking points where someone could hide, places where a person could approach unseen. The isolation was absolute. The nearest main road still over a mile away, the woods thick and deep. I noticed small signs that wildlife was also active. Flattened grass, broken branches, faint noises in the distance. But the footprints around the cabin hadn't changed, except that now they seemed slightly closer to the front door than before, almost like someone had been surveying me. I decided then to make the cabin less inviting. Windows locked, extra wood stacked, stones placed along the steps so anyone approaching would have to step carefully and make noise. That night, the noises were worse. Not just outside now, but inside too. I heard scratching near the walls, tiny sounds like nails on wood. My fear was absolute. I stayed in the corner with the flashlight, trying to track every sound. Hours passed. At one point, I saw movement in the doorway of the small kitchen area. A shadow crossing the threshold. Fleeting, but enough to make my heart stop. I yelled, not caring that no one could hear me, and banged on the table with the flashlight. Whatever it was retreated. I realized then that I needed to leave, and immediately. I waited until dawn, packed my things quietly, and moved carefully. The moment the first light hit, I walked quickly, eyes on the woods around me. There was no confrontation, no chase, just an eerie silence that pressed on my shoulders. When I reached my car, parked on the dirt path several hundred yards from the cabin, I saw them. Figures distant and still, just standing in the tree line watching me. I didn't wait to identify them. I drove as fast as the winding road would allow, leaving the forest behind, leaving the cabin, leaving everything. Later, I learned the cabin had a history. The previous tenants had all left abruptly. Some claimed to have had encounters with hunters, squatters, or locals who camped illegally and watched the cabin. No one ever stayed long, and most avoided the area entirely. I realized then that my fear had been grounded in reality. It wasn't ghosts or legends. It was people. People who had no reason to announce themselves, who lived in shadows and waited. I never returned. I reported the cabin and the strange occurrences to local authorities, though they couldn't do much, but the experience stayed with me for years. It changed how I approached solitude, how I evaluated isolation. It taught me the thin line between peace and danger in the wilderness, and how easily it can shift. The cabin, quiet and unassuming in daylight, was a trap when darkness fell. And though I had escaped without physical harm, the memory of those nights, the uncertainty of who or what was out there, stayed with me, a reminder that even in places far from civilization, danger can be close, silent, and patient. I had been planning the trip for months. I needed to get away from everything: emails, phone calls, the endless hum of city life that pressed against my skull day and night. The cabin was deep in the woods, somewhere far from roads and towns, hidden in a patch of forest that seemed almost untouched by humans. The images online showed a small, rustic structure, wooden and sturdy, with a slanted roof and a little porch overlooking a clearing. No electricity, no running water, only the basics: a stove, a water barrel, a bed, and a few shelves with some basic supplies. I wanted isolation, I wanted silence, and I wanted to test myself against the raw, empty forest. I arrived in the late afternoon, driving a narrow dirt path that twisted through pines and oaks. The sun was low, brushing everything with a soft golden light. My car rattled over roots and rocks, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of anticipation that had nothing to do with anything digital or scheduled. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked smaller in real life than in photos, almost swallowed by the tall trees around it. I parked, turned off the engine, and sat for a long moment listening to the forest. The only sounds were birds chirping faintly and the distant rustle of wind through the leaves. It was quiet, but not empty. I stepped out, taking in the smell of pine and damp earth. The air was cool, the kind that feels alive on your skin. The cabin door creaked when I opened it, and the wooden floorboards groaned under my weight. Inside, it smelled faintly of smoke and wood polish, but it was not unpleasant. I set my bags down and began to explore. The space was small, maybe 2 rooms. One room held a simple wooden table, a chair, and a fireplace. The other had a single bed with a thin mattress and a shelf with basic supplies: canned beans, rice, matches, a small first aid kit, and a lantern. I checked the stove and found some wood neatly stacked in a corner. It was everything I needed, and nothing I didn't. I decided to start by collecting firewood. The sun was dipping lower, and the shadows were stretching across the clearing in strange, sharp angles. I wandered a few yards into the forest, gathering branches and small logs, and stacking them near the cabin. Every snap of a twig made my heart jump, but I reminded myself to stay calm. This was the kind of isolation I wanted. No one around, nothing but the forest and me. Night fell fast. I lit a fire in the stove, and the cabin glowed warm and soft. I ate some of the canned food and washed it down with water from the barrel. Outside, the wind picked up, shaking the trees so that their branches rattled against each other like dry bones. I sat by the fire for a long time, staring at the shadows flickering on the walls. At first, it was comforting, almost mesmerizing, but gradually the isolation began to press in. I realized that if something went wrong, no one would know. No one would come. Around midnight, I heard a noise outside, a low crunching, like someone stepping on dead leaves. I froze, straining my ears. There was nothing visible beyond the circle of light from the fire through the cabin window, only darkness. My first thought was an animal, a deer, or maybe a raccoon. I reminded myself the forest had wildlife, and I wasn't going to panic. But the crunching continued, slow and deliberate, and it was moving closer. I grabbed a heavy stick from near the fireplace, telling myself I was being cautious. The noise stopped abruptly at the edge of the clearing. I held my breath. Nothing. I waited a long time, listening. Then, after what felt like hours, the sounds faded into the night. My hands shook slightly, but I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or my imagination. The next day, I woke to sunlight spilling through the trees. I had trouble sleeping, the fear from the previous night lingering in my chest like a dull ache. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a deer or a wild boar or some branches breaking in the wind. I spent the day exploring the nearby area, trying to get comfortable in the isolation, to prove to myself that I could handle it. The forest was beautiful in daylight. Streams ran through moss-covered rocks, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. I marked the paths I walked with small stacks of stones so I could find my way back to the cabin. On the third day, something unusual happened. I had gone about half a mile into the forest, following a narrow animal path that curved around a small hill. I noticed something that didn't belong. Tire tracks, partially hidden by leaves and mud, as if someone had driven a small off-road vehicle here recently. My stomach tightened. The tracks were fresh, maybe from the day before. My first instinct was to leave, but I stayed calm and rationalized that it could have been a forest ranger or a hunter. Still, unease crept up my spine. That night, I secured the cabin as best I could. I moved heavy furniture against the doors and made sure the windows were latched. The fire was my only source of light and warmth. Every crack in the wood outside made me jump, and every shadow seemed to stretch in impossible ways. I kept the lantern beside my bed, ready to grab at a moment's notice. The noises outside were constant, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but none of them seemed directly threatening. Yet my mind wouldn't let me relax. On the fourth night, it escalated. Around 11 p.m., I heard a sound at the cabin door light, deliberate tapping, followed by silence. My heart raced. I waited, frozen, listening. Nothing moved for what felt like eternity. Then again, the tapping, quicker this time. I realized someone or something was outside. I checked through the window, but the darkness swallowed the clearing. I could barely make out the shape of the forest. My hands were clammy, and my breathing was fast, but I reminded myself to stay rational. I grabbed the heaviest piece of firewood and held it like a club, moving slowly to the door. The tapping stopped as I reached the door. I waited another long minute, hearing nothing but the wind. Eventually, I decided to check the perimeter of the cabin in the daylight. I wanted to understand what had happened. When morning came, I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the area. That's when I saw footprints, human footprints, fresh in the damp soil circling the cabin. Whoever had been here had walked around slowly, deliberately, and then disappeared into the woods. My stomach dropped. This was not wildlife. Someone had been watching me. From that point, I was hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow. I kept the fire going constantly, only venturing out when absolutely necessary, always keeping a stick or large branch ready. I reinforced the door and even blocked the windows with furniture. The forest, once a place of beauty and isolation, became a source of tension and fear. Every sound, every movement in the corner of my eye made my pulse spike. I slept in short bursts, barely closing my eyes, always listening. By the fifth day, I realized I needed a plan. I couldn't stay completely trapped in the cabin indefinitely, and I had no cell service. I remembered seeing a dirt road on the map about 3 miles north. It would take hours to get there through the forest, but it was my only option if I wanted to escape. I spent that day packing lightly, filling my backpack with water, food, and the first aid kit. I made mental notes of landmarks to guide me through the forest. I waited until the light was dim but not dark, just before dusk, and began moving quietly, carefully through the trees. The forest was unforgiving. Branches grabbed at my clothes, roots threatened to trip me, and the sounds of wildlife surrounded me constantly. I moved slowly, aware that whoever had been at the cabin could still be nearby. I stopped multiple times to rest and check my surroundings. Every shadow felt like movement. Every rustle of leaves made me tense. At one point, I stumbled across a large, abandoned hunting blind, half collapsed and covered in moss. I climbed inside to rest for a moment, heart racing, staring out at the forest in every direction. The sun was almost gone, leaving the forest bathed in a dim, fading light. By nightfall, I realized I would have to spend the night in the forest. I found a small clearing with a fallen log to sit on, covering myself with my jacket. I tried to sleep but barely rested, listening for footsteps, for voices, for anything out of place. I reminded myself to stay calm. Panic would get me killed. I spent hours scanning the darkness, watching the faint shapes of trees and shadows, until finally the first hint of dawn crept over the horizon. When the sun rose, I resumed my journey. The forest seemed less threatening in daylight, but I stayed alert. By midday, I found the dirt road marked on my map. It was rough and overgrown, but unmistakably a human path. I followed it for what felt like hours until I finally saw a small truck approaching. I waved frantically, and it slowed to a stop. The driver, an older man, looked concerned but friendly. I explained where I had been and what had happened. I had been planning the trip for months, carefully picking a small, remote cabin deep in the woods, far from the nearest town, far from the traffic, the noise, and the endless hum of everything human. I wanted isolation, silence, and space to think, to write, to be alone with nothing but the forest around me. The cabin was old, wooden, and sturdy, set on a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that blocked most of the sunlight in the late afternoon. The driveway was nothing more than a rough dirt track, rutted and uneven, with roots and rocks jutting up in places, so that even at moderate speed the car bounced like it would break apart at any moment. I drove slowly, constantly checking the road ahead for large dips or fallen branches, and the deeper I went, the quieter everything became. By the time I arrived, the only sounds were the wind through the trees, the occasional rustle of an animal in the underbrush, and the steady hum of the engine dying down as I parked. The cabin looked small from a distance, but as I got closer, I realized it was larger than it seemed, with a covered porch running along the front and a small set of steps that led up to a solid wooden door. The windows were dirty, dust-streaked, and small, letting in thin slivers of light, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. I had visited many cabins in my life, but this one felt different, more isolated, as if the forest around it were deliberately keeping me away from everything else. I carried my bag, a small backpack with essentials, and a larger duffel bag with food and supplies, inside and locked the door behind me. The lock clicked, and the silence pressed in around me immediately, as though the forest had swallowed every sound from outside. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, faintly of mildew. The floorboards creaked with every step, and the air was heavy, still, and almost sticky. There was a small living area with a wood stove in the corner, a table and a couple of chairs, and shelves lined with old books that looked untouched for years. The kitchen was tiny, with a sink, a small stove, and a refrigerator that hummed faintly when I plugged it in. I set down my bags, unpacked the essentials, and went through the cabin to check it properly. The bedrooms were small but functional, with thin mattresses and wool blankets, and the bathroom was basic, with a small shower, sink, and toilet. Everything seemed intact, if old, and I began to feel a small sense of relief. At least the cabin was safe, and I could be alone, as I had wanted. The first day was uneventful. I settled in, unpacked my notebooks and pens, and spent the day walking through the small clearing around the cabin, noting the birds, the plants, and the occasional deer tracks in the soft earth. The sky was bright, blue with scattered clouds, and the sun cut through the trees in shafts of golden light. It was peaceful, almost perfect, and I felt a rare calm settle over me. By nightfall, I had built a small fire in the wood stove, lit a few candles, and sat at the table with a cup of coffee, writing slowly, deliberately, savoring the quiet. Outside, the wind stirred, and branches scraped gently against the roof, but it was nothing unusual, nothing threatening. The second day began similarly, though the isolation started to press on me more. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and even in the morning light, I felt watched, though I knew there was no one around. I told myself it was the quiet, the lack of human presence, and I tried to focus on the tasks I had brought with me. I went through the supplies, organized the food and firewood, and walked farther into the trees than I had the day before, making notes of the trails, the small creek that ran not far from the cabin, and the occasional evidence of wildlife. I found a fallen tree that had been partially hollowed out, its roots tangled and exposed, and I thought briefly about the animals that might shelter there. Everything seemed ordinary, but there was a subtle tension, a feeling that the forest was observing, that even the smallest sound carried further than it should. By the third day, the isolation had begun to feel heavier. I woke early to the sound of wind against the cabin, stronger than the previous nights, rattling the windows and shaking the thin walls. The trees groaned under the gusts, and small branches fell to the ground outside. I checked the firewood, restocked the stove, and made breakfast. Everything seemed normal, but I noticed for the first time that the dirt track leading to the cabin showed faint signs of something else. Small footprints, irregular, difficult to identify. I crouched to examine them, but the morning light was weak, and the forest shadowed the details. They were human, I realized slowly, smaller than mine, perhaps someone my size or smaller, but there was no one there when I looked around. My heart rate quickened, though I tried to calm myself. Maybe a hiker had passed by and not seen the cabin, or maybe it was an animal track that only vaguely resembled a foot. That night, sleep was difficult. The wind increased, rattling the cabin as though it might lift it from its foundations, and shadows from the trees fell across the walls like moving fingers. I lay in bed, listening to every small sound, imagining shapes where there were none. I kept telling myself that I was alone, and yet every creak, every snap of a branch set me on edge. Around midnight, a noise made me sit upright. It was deliberate, rhythmic, coming from outside the cabin. A soft tapping on wood, then a pause, then again. My first thought was that it must be a branch swaying in the wind, striking the cabin's siding. But the sound was too deliberate, too precise, like someone testing the door or the windows. I froze, heart pounding, eyes wide in the darkness, listening. The wind blew harder, shaking the roof and the walls, masking the noise, and then it stopped. Silence returned, heavy and almost suffocating. I stayed awake for hours, imagining movement in the trees, glimpses of shapes outside the windows that vanished when I looked. The next day, I decided to check the cabin's perimeter. I left the door unlocked but kept my phone in my pocket, flashlight in hand, and walked the small clearing slowly. Everything seemed normal at first, the usual animal tracks, fallen branches, and the soft moss covering patches of earth. But when I reached the far side, where the forest grew denser, I saw evidence that made my stomach drop. Trampled grass leading to the back of the cabin, broken twigs, faint scuff marks on the wooden siding. Someone had been here. My pulse quickened, and I checked around again, finding nothing more. No footprints returning to the dirt track, no signs of who or what might have been moving through the forest. I felt a mix of fear and anger that someone had violated the quiet sanctuary I had come to find. I decided to spend the day inside, keeping the windows closed and the doors locked, checking each one multiple times. I moved the furniture slightly, noticing scratches that were new on the floorboards, small indentations that hadn't been there the previous day. I collected some rocks outside, thinking to use them if necessary, though I hoped it would not come to that. The night was even worse than the previous. The tapping returned, softer this time, like fingertips brushing against wood, closer to the cabin, moving along the walls, circling from one side to another. I lay flat on the floor in the bedroom, heart racing, listening as the noises came and went, imagining shapes in the shadows. At one point, I saw a faint silhouette near the window, but when I turned on the flashlight, there was nothing. I stayed awake until dawn, exhausted, shaking. The fourth day, I realized I could not stay in the cabin as I had planned. The sense of being watched, of someone moving just beyond the tree line, was oppressive. I packed a bag with essentials, grabbed my keys, and started down the dirt track, hoping to reach the nearest town, a place where there were people, lights, and safety. But the forest had a way of closing in, of twisting paths, and the track was rougher than I remembered. I tripped over roots and rocks, falling multiple times, and each time I got up, I felt eyes on me from the trees, watching, following. I tried to rationalize it, the isolation, the stress, the constant tension, but my body reacted as though hunted, muscles tense, heart pounding. By late afternoon, exhausted and frightened, I returned to the cabin. I could not leave. Something had changed outside. The tracks were fresher now, more deliberate, leading to the cabin's edge and then back into the woods. Whoever or whatever had been here was not leaving. I barricaded the doors and windows with furniture, stacked chairs against the main entrance, and moved anything I could find to block access. I stayed inside, in the small bedroom, flashlight and a heavy stick beside me, listening to the wind, the forest, and the faint sound of movement just outside. The night was the longest. I barely slept, if at all. The tapping, scraping, and rustling continued, moving around the cabin, circling, testing. At times I thought I saw shapes at the edges of the forest, crouching, watching, retreating when I turned my head. I remained as still as possible, pretending not to be there, hoping whoever. I remember the drive into the mountains clearly, though it was years ago. The road was narrow, winding through tall pines that seemed endless, and the sun was low, slicing the sky with an orange light that made the shadows of the trees stretch long across the asphalt. I had been planning this weekend alone in a cabin for months, craving isolation and quiet, a break from the constant noise of the city. The directions the owner had sent were vague, mentioning turns that were hard to miss and a dirt path off the main road. I had followed the GPS as best as I could, but as the road turned into gravel and then rutted dirt, I realized I hadn't passed a single other car for almost half an hour. The silence of the forest pressed against the car windows like a physical thing, thick and weighty, broken only by the occasional creak of my suspension over the uneven path. The cabin itself was tucked at the end of a small clearing, partially hidden by tall undergrowth. It looked older in person than it had in the photos. Logs darkened with age, a roof covered in moss, windows clouded with dust. It had a porch that sagged slightly under its own weight, a handrail missing in one spot. I parked on the uneven dirt, stepping out and feeling the wind that had a chill I hadn't expected even though it was early autumn. The smell of wet leaves and pine was sharp and clean, but it carried something else too, the faint mustiness of decay that I would later come to associate with the cabin. The first thing I did was unload the car, stacking my bag, the food I had brought, and the few supplies I planned to use over the weekend. The cabin had a small main room with a stove, a table, and a few chairs, along with a loft upstairs that served as the sleeping area. The floor creaked under my boots, and dust motes floated in the shafts of late sunlight coming through the windows. I set my bag down and ran a quick check of the cabin. The water jug looked full, there was firewood stacked near the stove, and the keys for the door were in place. Everything seemed in order, though the air smelled faintly of damp wood and mold. By the time I had unpacked, the sun was slipping behind the ridges of the mountains, and the forest had shifted into a palette of grays and blues. Shadows stretched and shifted as the light faded, and I realized that the isolation I had been looking for was more profound than I had imagined. There was no hum of electricity, no distant cars, no neighbors. Even the birds had gone quiet. I lit a small fire in the stove, feeling the warmth and light expand into the room, and prepared a simple meal. I tried to shake off the unease that had started to settle in my stomach. I told myself I was safe, rational. The cabin was solid. I had a car. I had my phone, even if the reception was patchy at best. Night fell quickly. The forest outside the cabin grew black and deep, and the wind moved through the trees with a sound like a low whisper. I went to check my phone and found there was one bar, barely enough for a call. I settled into the loft with a blanket, listening to the fire crackle. That's when I heard the first unusual sound. It was faint at first, a scratching, almost like fingernails on wood, coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I froze, my heart hammering. The sound repeated, a slow, deliberate scratching along the side of the cabin. I told myself it was probably an animal, squirrels, raccoons, something small trying to get in. I had seen raccoons near the cabin during the day, and their dexterity could account for the noise. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every instinct I had told me to go check, but every rational thought reminded me to stay calm, not to panic. I grabbed a flashlight and went down the stairs, moving slowly across the floorboards that groaned under my weight. I circled the cabin outside, shining the light along the siding and through the gaps in the logs. Nothing. The forest beyond the clearing was dark and silent, as if the world had ended beyond the circle of my flashlight. I returned to the cabin, trying to convince myself that the scratching had been nothing, a combination of wind and animals. I locked the doors and windows and climbed back into the loft, feeling tension knotting in my chest. That night, sleep came in fits, every branch scraping against the cabin roof or wall setting my heart racing. Morning brought some relief. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and the forest seemed friendly again, almost normal. I stepped outside and checked the perimeter of the cabin carefully. There was no sign of anything unusual, no footprints or disturbance. The ground was damp from the previous night's dew, but I saw nothing that suggested anyone or anything had been near the cabin. Still, the unease lingered. I spent the morning chopping more firewood, fetching water from the nearby stream, and reinforcing the doors as best as I could. By midday, I felt slightly more relaxed. The wind rustled through the trees in a way that was natural, familiar, and I let myself believe I was imagining the sounds from last night. I decided to take a walk along the dirt trail leading away from the cabin. The forest was thick, the light dappled through the leaves, and the trail was overgrown in parts, showing that it wasn't traveled often. The sound of my boots on the dirt and leaves felt grounding. I walked for a while, letting the solitude of the forest sink into me, but after an hour, I noticed something odd. Footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. At first, I thought maybe they belonged to an animal, but they were too large, too deep, and too human-shaped. They led off the trail into the trees, disappearing into the undergrowth. My stomach tightened. Whoever or whatever had left them had been close, and the prints looked recent. I debated whether to follow them or turn back to the cabin. Logic told me to return, but a part of me, the part that had convinced me to take this solo trip in the first place, wanted to investigate, to see. I retraced my steps, heading back to the cabin as carefully as I could, eyes scanning every shadow. Returning to the cabin, I found the front door slightly ajar. My heart stopped. I was certain I had locked it. I approached slowly, hand on the handle, flashlight ready. The door creaked as I nudged it, and then I pushed it open fully. Inside, everything seemed untouched. The chairs, the table, the stove, all exactly where I had left them. I checked the windows and the loft, and again, nothing. My relief was immediate, but so was my tension. Whoever had been here hadn't entered. It seemed, or if they had been careful not to touch anything. I reinforced the locks again, this time checking the doors twice, and set up a makeshift barricade of chairs against the main door. That night, I barely slept, listening for sounds that might never come, jumpy at every rustle outside. The next day, I decided to leave. I didn't want to wait and risk another night like the first. I packed quickly, loading my bag and supplies into the car. As I prepared to start the engine, I heard a sound that froze me. Footsteps in the clearing around the cabin, slow and deliberate. I ducked behind the car, heart racing, peering into the shadows. Then I saw it, a figure moving between the trees, tall and thin, keeping close to the edge of the clearing. My breath caught, and I had to remind myself to stay calm, to think clearly. I had the car keys. I could get out. I waited until the figure was partially obscured by trees and then started the car quietly, inching it forward. The figure didn't move closer, just watched. I gripped the wheel, foot tense on the gas, and then, as soon as I could, I drove off the clearing and onto the dirt road. I didn't look back, only kept my eyes on the road ahead, ears straining for any sign that I was being followed. The drive down the mountain was tense, every turn and shadow making me flinch. The sun was low, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. I finally reached a section of the main road, paved and wider, where I could see other vehicles in the distance. My heart eased slightly, though it didn't stop racing entirely. Once I reached a small town, I pulled into a gas station and called the police, reporting what had happened, the footprints, the figure, the door left ajar. They took my statement seriously, though they couldn't send anyone to check immediately due to the remoteness of the cabin. They advised me to stay somewhere populated for the night, and I did, driving to a motel on the outskirts of town, exhausted and tense. I never returned to the cabin. Weeks later, I read a local report about an arrest made in that area. Someone had been living in the forest, breaking into abandoned cabins and watching the people who came to stay, sometimes stealing, sometimes just lurking. The description matched the figure I had seen exactly. I felt a cold wash of relief and horror. I had narrowly avoided encountering someone dangerous, someone who had chosen isolation in the forest to hide from the world and had watched me without my knowledge. I kept thinking about the moments when I had been inside the cabin, thinking I was safe, not realizing I had been observed from the trees, how close the figure had been, how easily it could have gone differently. After that experience, I never sought solitude in the woods again. I appreciated the quiet of a cabin, the beauty of the mountains, but I never went alone. I learned to respect isolation in a different way, to understand that it could be dangerous, not because of wild animals or storms, but because of other humans. I had been planning the trip for months. The city had become suffocating. The constant noise, the endless traffic, and the endless demands of work and people pressing in on me from every side. I needed silence and I needed isolation. The idea of a small cabin deep in the forest, far from anyone else, had become my obsession. It wasn't luxurious, and it wasn't in any way a resort. It was old, built decades ago by someone who probably wanted nothing more than to escape life itself. But it was solid, and more importantly, it was alone. I arrived in the late afternoon, my car rattling over the gravel road that wound deeper into the forest than I had ever driven before. The sun was low, slanting golden light across the tops of the pine trees, and for a moment, I felt a quiet thrill, a sense of satisfaction that I had managed to leave everything behind, at least for now. The cabin appeared after a sharp curve, almost hidden by the thick trees. It was small, made of dark, weathered wood, with a pitched roof and a chimney that hadn't seen smoke in years. I parked, stepped out, and let the silence hit me. There was no wind, no birds, nothing but the faint rustle of needles falling from the trees. The cabin smelled of dust and old wood. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, and the floorboards groaned under my weight. It was empty, but it had been furnished at some point. A rough wooden table stood in the middle of the main room, and a small stove sat against one wall. A few chairs, cracked and creaking, were scattered around. The windows were grimy, letting in filtered light, and I could see the forest stretching endlessly in every direction. I unpacked my small bag, setting it on the table, and took a slow walk around, examining the walls, the corners, the ceiling. The place had been abandoned for a long time, and it showed. Small patches of mold clung to the corners, and dust covered every surface. But it was solid, it was real, and it was mine for the next week. I decided to light a fire in the stove. I had brought wood with me, split into small pieces, and I arranged it carefully, trying to avoid the damp smell of rot that clung to the old logs. Striking a match, the fire took with difficulty, coughing and sputtering, but eventually it grew steady, casting a warm orange glow over the room. The light made the shadows dance across the walls, and for a moment, I felt a strange shiver. It wasn't fear, not yet. It was just the sensation of being alone in a place so isolated that nothing from the outside world could reach me. Night fell quickly in the forest. I ate a simple dinner from the supplies I had brought: canned beans, a small loaf of bread, and some dried fruit. The cabin grew colder as the fire died down, and I found myself shivering despite the layers of clothing I had worn. I tried to read, but the book seemed dull, uninteresting. My mind wandered, focusing on small sounds that I had ignored during the day. A branch tapping against the roof, the distant howl of some animal, the soft crunch of something moving outside. I told myself it was a deer, or a raccoon, or the wind, but the unease lingered. Around midnight, I was woken by a loud noise. It came from outside, a heavy, deliberate thump, followed by a scraping sound. My heart jumped, and I froze, listening. The fire had long since died, leaving the room in near darkness. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling as I clicked it on. Its weak beam cut through the darkness, bouncing off the walls, the table, the floor. I shone it out the window, sweeping across the forest. Nothing, not a movement, not a shadow, nothing but the trees, dark and still. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, or that it was some animal moving in the underbrush. But the sound had been different, deliberate, too heavy for a small animal. I checked the locks on the door and windows, even though the cabin was so old that the locks themselves were almost useless. I lay back down, my mind racing, trying to focus on something else, anything else. But sleep did not come easily after that. Every crack, every creak, every distant sound made me sit up, tense, my ears straining. By morning, I was exhausted. The sun had not yet fully risen, and the forest outside looked unchanged, calm, peaceful. I made coffee and ate a small breakfast, trying to shake off the unease. I considered leaving, packing my things and driving back to the city, but something held me back. The sense of isolation was frightening, yes, but it was also necessary. I needed to be here, to face whatever small fears the place brought with it. That day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, thick with pine and oak, and the ground was uneven, covered in roots and fallen branches. I followed a small trail I found, careful to mark my path with stones so I could find my way back. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Not just quiet, but a silence that pressed on me, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I saw tracks, large ones, probably deer or elk, but some looked odd, heavier than any animal I could recognize. I took photos and notes, my curiosity pushing past the unease that lingered. As evening fell, I returned to the cabin. The sun had dipped low, painting the forest in deep orange and red. I started a fire again, preparing for the night. I cleaned some of the dust and grime from the cabin, feeling slightly more at home. But as darkness returned, so did the tension. The forest seemed to close in, shadows stretching unnaturally, noises that had been faint during the day now louder, sharper. Something about the isolation made every sound exaggerated, every movement feel deliberate. The second night was worse than the first. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps outside, heavy, deliberate, walking around the cabin. I froze, heart pounding. I wanted to convince myself it was the wind or an animal, but the rhythm, the weight, it was unmistakable. Someone or something was out there, moving slowly, circling the cabin. I stayed in bed, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying to make myself invisible. The footsteps continued, then stopped, then moved again, closer this time, and I could hear the faint scraping of something against the wooden walls. I grabbed my flashlight and a small hatchet I had brought, creeping to the door. I clicked on the light, aiming it outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing. The forest appeared empty. My mind raced. Could be a person, someone who had followed me here. I had read about these cases, about people who sought isolation and found danger instead. I debated calling for help, but there was no cell service. Not here, not for miles. I could stay inside and hope, or I could confront whatever it was, but confrontation seemed impossible. I spent hours listening, waiting, until finally the sound stopped. The dawn began to break, and the forest slowly returned to normal. The sun felt like a relief, washing away the tension. I ate a small breakfast, still shaken. I decided to explore further during the day, to understand my surroundings, to feel safer in daylight. I walked carefully, keeping an eye on the tracks, looking for signs of anything unusual. As I explored, I found evidence that made my heart race. Footprints, not deer, but human, large and heavy, circling around areas near the cabin. Some were fresh, others older. I realized I was not alone. Someone had been here recently, watching, following, perhaps even living nearby. Panic surged, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had come here for isolation, but now I had to navigate real danger. Over the next day, I made preparations. I reinforced the doors as best I could, stacking furniture against them, and I set up makeshift alarms outside, branches and stones that would make noise if disturbed. I gathered water, rationed food, and kept my flashlight and hatchet close. Every shadow, every sound kept me alert. I did not sleep that night, instead watching, listening, noting the slightest change in the forest. Then it happened. Around midnight, I heard voices, low, muffled, talking among themselves outside. I could not understand the words, but their presence was undeniable. I held my breath, staying as still as possible. The voices continued for some time, moving around the cabin, then fading into the distance. I realized with relief that they had left, or at least moved away. The next day, I found clear human footprints leading deeper into the forest, away from the cabin. I stayed 2 more days, tense but alert, slowly learning the patterns of whoever had been near. They never returned close to the cabin, and I could see that the forest provided enough cover that I could move during the day without being noticed. By the 4th day, I had a plan. I packed my things, making sure nothing was left behind, and I prepared to leave early in the morning before the sun rose, when the forest was quiet and I could slip away. The morning I left, the air was crisp and cold, and the mist clung to the trees. I drove slowly. I had been driving for hours along the winding back roads of the northern forest, a region I had only ever heard about in passing from hikers and old maps, but one that I had decided to explore on my own. The plan was simple: rent a small, isolated cabin for a week, disconnect from the city, and immerse myself in the quiet of the wilderness. I had packed light, just essentials: a small backpack with food, water, a first aid kit, some clothes, a flashlight, and a basic knife. My car was loaded with extra fuel and blankets, because I had read that the nights up here could get brutally cold. I didn't expect anything to go wrong. This wasn't supposed to be some survival challenge. I just wanted to be alone for a while. By late afternoon, the sun was already low, and the shadows stretched long across the narrow road. The forest around me was dense, thick with pine and fir, and the air smelled crisp and earthy. Occasionally, I saw a deer or rabbit darting through the underbrush, disappearing almost instantly. I was halfway expecting the road to end at some sort of ranger station, but instead, it kept narrowing, gravel replacing asphalt, and the trees seemed to close in on either side. That was when I first noticed the silence. Not the normal quiet of a forest, but a strange, almost oppressive silence, as if everything was holding its breath. I shrugged it off as my imagination. The cabin appeared just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, hidden in a small clearing. It was small, simple, and older than I expected. Logs darkened by age made up the walls, and smoke curled faintly from the chimney, suggesting someone had been there recently. A narrow path led from the clearing to the main road I had driven on. The structure had a wooden porch, a single door, and 2 small windows that reflected the dying light of the day. It looked sturdy enough. There was no cell signal on my phone, which I had anticipated, and the nearest neighbors were at least a couple of miles away, according to the map I had printed. That only added to the sense of remoteness I had been seeking. I parked my car on the edge of the clearing and unloaded my things. The moment I stepped onto the porch, I noticed how quiet it was again. There were no birds, no wind moving the branches, just silence. I felt a twinge of unease, but I told myself it was just the isolation settling in. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled faintly of old wood, dust, and something else I couldn't immediately identify. The interior was simple: a small kitchen area to my left, a table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a single bedroom in the back. Everything was sparse but functional. There were signs someone had lived here before: some dishes in the sink, a stack of firewood, and a small journal on the table. The first night, I slept poorly. The darkness outside was thick, almost tangible, pressing against the windows. Every creak of the old cabin made me tense, but I tried to remind myself that it was just an old building settling. Squirrels or raccoons could be rummaging outside, and the wind might be shifting branches. Still, I found myself waking repeatedly, listening for sounds that never came. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a small stream not far from the clearing, and I followed it for a while, marveling at how untouched this part of the forest felt. No trails, no signs of other hikers, just the raw, unbroken wilderness. The forest floor was soft with pine needles and fallen leaves, and the smell of damp earth filled my nose. Birds chirped faintly during the day, but the silence of the night lingered in my mind. It was on the 3rd day that I first noticed the footprints. They were faint, pressed into the soft mud near the edge of the clearing, leading away from the cabin and disappearing into the woods. They were large, uneven, and not human. At first, I thought maybe a deer or some other animal had passed through, but the shape was wrong. It almost looked like a human foot, but too wide. The toes spread unnaturally. I examined them for a long time, my stomach tightening. I had been alone all day, and I was careful, but something about those prints unsettled me. I decided to ignore them, convincing myself it could be someone else's cabin in the woods, or maybe a forest worker passing through. I even laughed quietly at myself for letting imagination get the better of me. But that night, the silence turned into something heavier. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of something moving outside. Not a normal animal, not the wind, but a slow, deliberate shuffling. I froze, straining my ears. The sound came closer to the cabin, circling it almost. I stayed perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. I could hear my own breathing. The noise stopped, then began again, moving across the clearing and fading into the trees. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat by the small wood stove, trying to light a fire, my hands shaking. I checked the locks on the door repeatedly, even though the cabin seemed secure. I told myself I had probably imagined the sounds, that the isolation was getting to me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Something was out there, and it had been watching. Over the next 2 days, I became hyper-aware of everything. Every crack in the cabin, every rustle in the trees, every shadow moving in the moonlight. I avoided going far from the cabin. The footprints returned, appearing closer each time I stepped outside. They circled the clearing, sometimes near the porch, sometimes ending at the edge of the woods. Whoever or whatever was making them was intelligent. It wasn't random wandering. It was deliberate. I began to prepare. I cleaned the cabin thoroughly, checked all the windows and doors, and even barricaded one side of the porch with extra firewood. I gathered rocks and heavy sticks, anything I could use to defend myself. I kept my knife close at all times. I didn't sleep much, and when I did, I kept the flashlight in hand, pointing it toward the windows. Every sound made me jump. The branches cracking, the animals scurrying, even my own footsteps. On the 5th night, I was certain something tried to enter the cabin. There were scratches on the doorframe, deep enough to catch my fingernail, and the lock had small dents around it, like someone had tried to force it open. I had spent hours barricading the cabin, but that didn't matter if someone or something was determined. I felt trapped, aware that calling for help was useless. My phone had no signal, and the nearest town was miles away. I stayed awake until dawn, moving silently through the cabin, listening. When the sun finally rose, I cautiously stepped outside. The footprints were all around the clearing, fresh and deep in the damp soil. I could see where they had tried to push past the porch, maybe even attempt entry. My heart sank. This was no longer just fear. This was a threat I had to handle carefully. I spent the next day preparing to leave. I packed everything quickly, but carefully, making sure nothing was left behind that could slow me down. I checked the car, making sure it had enough fuel, then spent an hour walking around the clearing, marking the footprints in my mind. I didn't want to go through the woods, where I could be ambushed. I decided I would drive back the same way I came, fast and straight, hoping the gravel roads would give me enough distance from whatever had been stalking me. That evening, as I loaded the last of my supplies into the car, I heard the movement again. This time, it was closer, more deliberate, almost at the edge of the clearing. My stomach tightened, and I kept my eyes on the dark tree line. I waited until the sound faded slightly, then jumped into the car, started the engine, and drove off before thinking twice. The gravel road rattled under the tires, and I didn't slow down for turns, hugging the center and edges of the narrow lanes. I didn't look back. The drive back was tense. Every shadow outside the car seemed to move. Every crack in the branches made me flinch. But eventually, the familiar smell of civilization reached me. Smoke from chimneys, faint exhaust from cars, distant voices. I drove until I found a gas station with a working phone, and I called the local authorities to report the footprints, the marks on the cabin, and everything I had seen. They were skeptical, but they agreed to check it out. I stayed in town that night, sleeping in a motel, unable to shake the tension that had built up over the past week. Weeks later, the authorities found evidence of illegal activity near the cabin. Someone had been living in hidden shelters nearby, breaking into abandoned cabins, scavenging supplies, and leaving misleading tracks. It was a relief to know that it wasn't some creature or unexplainable presence, but a human, someone who had survived in the forest for months and was desperate. The cabin had been abandoned after that, and I never returned, but the experience stayed with me. I realized how easy it is to feel completely vulnerable when isolated, and how careful one has to be, even in places that seem peaceful. The woods remain quiet now, and the cabin stands alone, empty. I never needed a ghost story to feel fear, only the reminder that humans, desperate and resourceful, can turn even the most serene place into a trap. And that lesson I carry with me. I drove up to the cabin just before sundown, following the narrow gravel road that wound through the thick trees like a scar through the forest. The road had been getting worse the farther I went. At first it was only uneven, with a few small potholes and dips, but after a while it became rough enough that I had to slow down almost to a crawl. Loose rocks clattered against the underside of my car, and the steering wheel jolted in my hands each time one of the deeper holes tried to grab the tires. I could see brush scraping along the sides, branches bending in and snapping against the doors and windows. It felt more like I was leaving civilization completely than going to a rented place that was supposed to be a getaway spot. The cabin had been listed as remote and peaceful, with no neighbors for miles and only one road leading in or out. That was what I had wanted. I needed quiet, and I needed time away from people. I had pictured something simple, maybe a place with a porch, a view of the forest, a wood stove, and nothing else to disturb me. I had wanted to be cut off, to reset myself after too many months of noise and stress. But as the last of the sunlight bled away through the trees, I started to feel like I had gone too far. Like this wasn't just a peaceful trip away, but something else entirely. When I finally reached the cabin, it appeared almost suddenly through the trees. There was a small clearing around it, but no real driveway, just a flat stretch of dirt where the trees had been pushed back long ago. The cabin sat low, with dark wood siding that looked almost black in the fading light. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, though it didn't look like it was about to collapse. The front door was plain and unpainted, and the single window facing me was dark. I cut the engine and just sat for a moment, letting my hands rest on the wheel, listening to the tick of the cooling metal. The silence was heavy. I could hear the faint rush of wind in the tops of the trees, but nothing else. No birds, no bugs, not even the sound of water, though I had been told there was a creek nearby. It was the kind of silence that pressed in from all sides and made every small sound from myself. My breathing, the creak of my seat, seemed louder than it should have been. I got out, my boots crunching on the gravel, and stretched my legs. The air was colder than I expected for that time of year, damp and heavy. I carried my bags up to the porch, which groaned under my weight, and unlocked the door with the key I'd been sent in the mail. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and stale air. The interior was dark, even with the last light coming through the window. The furniture was simple. A sagging couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a small stove against the far wall. The floorboards creaked as I moved around, and I felt the cold seeping up through them. There was no electricity, at least not connected at the moment. A few bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, but when I flipped the switch by the door, nothing happened. I had been warned in the listing that the power could be unreliable, so I had brought lanterns and extra batteries. I unpacked one of them and set it on the table, filling the room with a weak yellow glow. The cabin had 2 rooms, the main space with the table and couch, and a small bedroom with a narrow bed and a dresser. The bed was made with thin sheets and a wool blanket, and the mattress sagged in the middle. I left my bags by the wall and went back out to bring in food and supplies from the car. As darkness settled in completely, the isolation became more obvious. No headlights in the distance, no glow from any other houses, just blackness pressing against the windows. I made a quick meal from the food I had brought, ate at the table, and then stepped outside for a moment. The air had dropped colder, and my breath came out in white puffs. The sky was clouded, hiding the stars and moon, and the trees crowded around the clearing, their shapes tall and formless. I felt like they were leaning closer, closing in as the night deepened. Back inside, I locked the door and checked the windows, though I wasn't sure why. There was no one out there, no reason to worry. Still, the silence and the feeling of being so far away from anyone else stirred something unsettled in me. That first night, I lay in bed for a long time before falling asleep. The cabin creaked and popped as it settled in the cold, and once in a while I thought I heard something faint outside, like a branch breaking or leaves shifting under weight. Each time I sat up, holding my breath, straining to hear, but the silence pressed back down until I could hear nothing but my own pulse. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of being lost in the trees. I was running, though I didn't know from what, and the ground was soft under my feet, giving way with every step. The trees all looked the same, stretching endlessly in every direction. No matter how far I went, I couldn't find the cabin again. I woke to gray light coming through the small window. My body ached from the thin mattress. I dressed quickly and made coffee on the stove, the smell filling the cabin and chasing away some of the stale odor. With daylight, things felt easier. The woods outside looked less menacing, though they were still dense, with undergrowth so thick it seemed impossible to walk through in some places. After eating, I decided to explore a little. I found the path that led down toward the creek, just as the listing had mentioned. It was narrow and covered with fallen leaves, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. As I walked, the silence struck me again. Even in the day, there were no birds, no insects buzzing, just the crunch of my boots and the sound of my breathing. The creek was shallow, water running clear over smooth stones. I knelt and splashed some on my face. The cold bit into my skin, making me gasp. I followed the water upstream a little, where it twisted through the trees, but I didn't go far. Something about wandering too deep into the woods without anyone knowing where I was didn't sit right with me. I returned to the cabin and spent the rest of the day reading, writing in a notebook, and stacking the firewood that had been left near the porch. That night, the unease came back. As I sat inside with the lantern burning, I thought I heard something faint outside. It was different from the creaks of the cabin or the groan of the trees in the wind. This was sharper, like footsteps crunching lightly on the gravel near the clearing. I froze, straining my ears, but the sound didn't come again. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, something moving through the woods, but the way it had sounded, rhythmic, steady, then stopping, made my chest tighten. I locked the door again and checked it twice. When I finally went to bed, I lay awake for hours, listening. The next morning, I stepped outside and walked around the clearing, scanning the ground. The dirt and gravel didn't hold prints well, but near the edge, I thought I saw something. A faint impression, long and narrow, like the heel of a boot. My stomach nodded. I told myself I was imagining it, reading too much into a random mark in the dirt. But all day, the thought gnawed at me. If someone had been walking near the cabin, that meant they had come all the way up the same rough road I had, with no other reason to be there except me. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling stayed with me. That night, when the sounds came again, faint steps outside, a brush of movement near the wall of the cabin, I felt my skin crawl. I held still, barely breathing, staring at the ceiling in the dark. The steps circled, slow, deliberate, and then faded away into the silence of the woods. The following days blurred together. Each morning I checked outside, and each time I thought I found new disturbances. A stone shifted, a faint scuff in the dirt, a mark on the porch that hadn't been there before. Each night the noises came back, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but always there. I stopped sleeping. I stayed up with the lantern burning, staring at the door, gripping the heavy flashlight I kept beside me. My hands shook constantly from lack of rest, and every sound set my heart racing. I thought about leaving, but the road was long and rough, and driving it at night felt impossible. In the day, I told myself I would pack up and go, but when daylight came, I convinced myself to stay, thinking I was only imagining things, that I was overreacting. Then one night, As I sat in the dark with the lantern turned low, I heard the doorknob rattle. It was faint, just the slightest metallic click, but it was enough to send ice through my veins. I stared at the door, every muscle locked. The knob turned again, slower this time, then stopped. The silence after was worse than the sound itself. I sat like that for hours, not moving, until the first gray light showed at the window. When I finally got the courage to open the door, the clearing was empty. The air was damp and heavy, and the ground outside the porch showed nothing clear enough to prove what I already knew. Someone had been there. I couldn't stay any longer. I packed my bags in a rush, my hands clumsy and shaking, and carried everything to the car. The cabin stood behind me, dark and silent, as if it had never been touched. I started the engine and drove down the rough road, my eyes darting constantly to the trees on either side. Every shadow looked like movement. Every bend in the road felt like it was hiding someone just out of sight. When I finally reached the highway, the relief I had been looking forward to the cabin trip for months. I needed the isolation, the break from the endless noise of the city, and the pressure of work that never seemed to end. When I finally arrived at the small, weathered cabin tucked away at the far end of a remote forest, it seemed even more perfect than I had imagined. It was the kind of place that could disappear from the world entirely, and no one would notice. The drive there had been long, the dirt road winding through thick pine trees that crowded close enough to block sunlight. The air smelled sharp and clean, like wet earth and pine needles, and I could hear the soft rustling of leaves even before stepping out of my car. The cabin itself was modest, old, but solid. Its wooden exterior was darkened with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle, hinting at years of rain and snow. The porch was creaky but inviting, and I could see the remnants of past visitors. An old swing hanging from one corner and a few rusted chairs lined up along the railing. I parked my car at the edge of the small clearing, stretching my stiff legs and taking in the scenery. The forest pressed in on all sides, dense and silent in a way that made me acutely aware of every small sound. My own breathing, the creak of the cabin, the distant crash of branches as if an animal moved just out of sight. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and mildew, a mix that was oddly comforting. Dust lay thick in corners, and the furniture was simple. An old table, a couple of chairs, a bed with a faded quilt. The kitchen was equipped just enough for basic cooking. A small gas stove, a sink, a refrigerator that hummed low in the background. I unpacked my bags slowly, feeling the quiet press against me in a way that was both peaceful and slightly unnerving. For a while, I sat by the window, watching shadows stretch between the trees as the sun dipped lower, thinking about how far I was from anyone else. The first night passed without incident, though I lay awake longer than usual. There was a strange, endless silence that felt almost too complete, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. I could hear distant things, twigs snapping, leaves shifting, but no animal sounds, no human voices, nothing that could be immediately identified. It was the kind of quiet that demanded attention, that forced your mind to invent noises to fill it. I eventually drifted off, exhausted from the drive and the mental tension of being alone. The next morning, I woke early. I made coffee and toasted bread, savoring the routine, the familiarity. The sun was just creeping over the treetops, casting long golden streaks across the clearing. I decided to explore the surrounding forest before it got too hot. I packed a small day bag with water, a first aid kit, a map, and my flashlight just in case. The forest was dense, the trees growing close together, and the ground uneven with roots and fallen branches. I walked along a narrow deer trail I found behind the cabin, careful with each step. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor, and for a while, everything felt almost peaceful. Then I heard it. At first, it was faint, a rustle almost imperceptible, but as I paused, I realized it was deliberate. Something was moving through the forest, and it wasn't following a predictable pattern like a deer or a bird. It was heavier, slower, cautious, as if aware of me. My heart began to race. I considered that it might be another human. There were no nearby houses, No roads that led directly to the cabin except the one I had driven on. Still, I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it could be a deer, maybe a bear, though I had never heard one move like that. The sounds continued for several minutes, close enough now that I could distinguish the snap of twigs beneath heavy steps, the occasional low grunt or breath, but still hidden behind the thick trees. I turned back toward the cabin, walking quickly but carefully. When I neared the clearing, I stopped abruptly. Footprints marred the soft dirt around the cabin. Large, uneven prints, fresh, leading from the woods toward the porch and stopping just short of the door. My stomach dropped. I had locked the cabin the night before. I was sure of it. I stepped closer to inspect, heart hammering in my chest, and saw that some of the prints were too large and heavy to be from any deer. There were signs of a struggle. Broken branches, scuffed dirt, marks on the side of the cabin as if something had tried to push its way inside. Panic set in, but I forced myself to think clearly. I grabbed the spare key I always carried and double-checked the locks. I retrieved a small hunting knife from my bag, and then I sat quietly in the cabin, listening. The rustling stopped eventually, but the forest seemed impossibly still, as if it were waiting for me to make a move. I did not sleep that night. I stayed awake, flashlight on, knife in hand, every creak and shadow magnified in the darkness. The forest at night was no longer peaceful. It was alive, tense, aware. The following day, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, but when I approached my car, I saw something that made me freeze. Tires had left marks in the dirt. Tracks from another vehicle, newer than mine, circling the cabin, coming as close as the edge of the clearing. Someone had been here while I slept, close enough to see inside the cabin. Fear boiled in my stomach, but I forced myself to calm down and consider my options. Driving out immediately might provoke whoever had been following me, but waiting felt like a death sentence. I decided to wait until nightfall and then leave cautiously, taking the road less traveled, sticking to the trees and shadows as best I could. The hours crawled. I stayed in the cabin, barricading the door with a chair and keeping the lights off, peering through the windows to watch the clearing. Nothing moved. The forest seemed normal, but my mind refused to believe it. Every branch that snapped in the distance made my pulse spike. I rationed my water and food carefully, knowing I might need the strength to move quickly at any moment. I checked my phone constantly, hoping for a signal, but there was none. The isolation that had seemed so appealing only a day before now felt like a trap. Night finally came. I waited until the moon was high, casting silver light across the clearing, before venturing out. I moved quietly, keeping low and hugging the edge of the tree line, watching for any sign of movement. The footprints and tire tracks were still visible, but there was no one in sight. I followed the faint road out of the clearing, careful to stay in shadows, moving slowly but deliberately. Every sound made me freeze, every rustle of leaves or distant animal call raising my heartbeat to a frantic pace. Hours passed. The forest felt endless, each tree like a wall blocking my escape. I kept reminding myself to stay calm, to keep moving. Eventually, I reached a ridge overlooking a small valley, and to my relief, I saw faint lights in the distance, the highway and perhaps a town. Relief and exhaustion hit me at the same time. I picked up the pace, running carefully down the slope, using every ounce of energy I had left to reach the road. When I finally stepped onto the paved surface, the city lights and the hum of cars felt almost unreal. I ran toward the first gas station I saw, collapsing inside, exhausted, shaking, and hyper-aware of every noise. I told the attendant I had been camping and got lost in the forest, careful not to mention the tracks or the feeling of being followed. But he didn't ask questions. He just offered water, and I drank deeply, feeling it wash over me like a lifeline. I eventually got home that night, arriving exhausted and emotionally drained. I double-checked the locks on my apartment, made sure all doors and windows were secure, and finally collapsed into bed. Sleep came slowly, uneasy, haunted by the memory of the cabin, the footprints, and the silent, unseen presence that had been close enough to touch but far enough to remain hidden. I never returned to that cabin, and I never camped alone in a remote forest again. Weeks later, I read in the local news that there had been reports of a man living off the grid in the forest, breaking into cabins, stealing supplies, and sometimes following campers. He had been caught eventually, but the thought of him so close to me, observing without my knowledge, made my skin crawl. I realized then how dangerous it had been to be alone, how fragile the boundary between safety and terror could be. I had survived because of a combination of luck, caution, and perhaps instinct, but I also knew I had been extremely fortunate. That cabin trip, which had promised solitude and peace, had shown me just how real and close danger could be, lurking silently in the woods, unseen until it was almost too late. Even now, months later, I can feel the tension return whenever I think about the forest. Every quiet sound, every unexplained movement, triggers the memory of that time. I can't go back and I don't want to, but the experience taught me something vital. Isolation magnifies fear, silence amplifies it, and human presence, no matter how hidden, can be the most terrifying element of all. I had been waiting for weeks to take some time off and spend a few days away from everything. My work had been draining me. The constant noise of the city was starting to get under my skin, and I just wanted to be somewhere quiet, somewhere isolated, where I could clear my head. A friend of mine had told me about a small rental cabin deep in the woods, far away from town. It was nothing fancy, just a wooden cabin with the basics: electricity, water, a fireplace, and a small kitchen. It was the kind of place you went when you wanted to shut yourself off from the world for a while. The drive out there took me nearly 5 hours. The last stretch of the road was a winding dirt path that seemed to go on forever. Trees surrounded both sides of the road, tall and dark, bending slightly over the path so that the sky above was barely visible. I didn't see a single other car once I turned off the main road. My phone had lost signal about 40 minutes earlier, and I knew it would stay that way until I came back out. I wasn't worried about that. In fact, that was part of why I wanted to be there, to not hear the constant pings and buzzes of my phone. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly what I expected. A small wooden structure with a porch, 2 front-facing windows, and a short set of steps that led up to the front door. There was a small shed about 20 yards to the left, and behind the cabin, the forest stretched endlessly, the trees thick and uneven. The place was quiet, almost too quiet, but I felt a strange comfort in that silence. Inside, the cabin was simple: a single main room with a couch, a wooden table, and a fireplace on one side. There was a tiny kitchen with just enough space for a stove, a small refrigerator, and a counter with some cabinets. The bedroom was in the back, barely big enough for a bed and a dresser. The bathroom was tiny, but it had a working shower and toilet, which was all I needed. I carried in my bags, unpacked my food supplies into the kitchen, and sat down on the couch. The first thing I noticed was how still everything was. There was no hum of traffic outside, no voices from the street, not even the faint noise of neighbors through thin walls like back home. Just silence, broken only by the faint rustle of trees outside when the wind blew. The first day passed quietly. I made myself a simple meal, walked a short trail that started behind the cabin, and then returned to sit on the porch as the sun went down. I watched the forest get darker and darker, the light fading until the trees became nothing but black silhouettes against a dim sky. By the time night came, the silence felt heavier. When I stepped back inside and shut the door, I locked it, not because I felt unsafe, but because it was habit. That night, I slept fine. The bed was old but comfortable enough, and I was tired from the drive. The second day, I did more exploring. I walked farther down the trail, collected some firewood from the ground, and spent most of the afternoon reading a book I had brought with me. By evening, I started a fire in the fireplace, made dinner, and felt a real sense of peace settle in. It wasn't until the third night that things began to change. I had been sitting by the fire, half asleep in the warmth, when I thought I heard something outside. First, I ignored it. The forest was full of noises, and I figured it was just an animal moving through the trees. But then it came again. A sound that wasn't random, that wasn't the kind of noise you would dismiss. It was faint, but it was steady. Footsteps. I sat still, listening, my book resting on my lap. The fire popped, masking some of the sounds, but I could hear it again. A slow crunch of leaves outside. Not near the porch, but close enough to the cabin that I could sense it was deliberate. I got up and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peek out. The forest was dark, darker than I expected. The sky was cloudy, and the moon barely gave any light. I couldn't see anything past the glow of the cabin's porch light. The sound had stopped. I stood there for a while, staring out, straining my ears, but the woods were silent again. After a long moment, I let the curtain fall back into place and told myself it was nothing. Probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. The forest was full of life, and I was only jumpy because I wasn't used to being alone in such a quiet place. I went to bed not long after that, but sleep didn't come easy. I kept my ears open, waiting for another sound. Every creak of the cabin, every shift of the wood, made me tense. At some point, exhaustion pulled me under, and I must have slept for a few hours. When I woke, it was still dark. The fire had gone out, and the cabin was cold. I lay there, staring into the darkness, trying to figure out why I had woken up. And then I heard it again. The footsteps, this time closer. They weren't moving quickly. They were slow, deliberate, circling. The sound of weight pressing on dead leaves and snapping small sticks carried through the still air. My chest tightened, and I sat up in bed, every sense awake now. I wanted to tell myself again that it was just an animal, but deep down I knew better. These weren't the random scuffles of something searching for food. This was measured. Someone was out there, walking slowly around the cabin. I stayed perfectly still, listening, my body rigid in the bed. The sound stopped near the back wall of the cabin. For a moment, there was nothing, just silence so deep I could hear my own breathing. And then I heard it, barely, but enough to know I wasn't imagining it. A faint scrape against the wall. My stomach turned cold. Whoever it was, they were right outside, close enough to touch the cabin. I reached for the flashlight I had set on the dresser beside me and held it tightly, though I didn't turn it on. My hand shook. The scraping stopped, and for several minutes there was nothing. I waited, frozen, straining my ears, but I couldn't hear a single sound. Finally, after what felt like forever, I heard the footsteps again, moving away this time. They grew softer until they disappeared into the forest. I sat awake the rest of the night, my eyes on the bedroom door, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. When the first light of morning came through the window, I finally let out the breath I had been holding. The next day, I walked around the cabin, checking the ground. Sure enough, I saw them. Footprints, not animal tracks. Shoes. The prints circled the cabin, clear in the soft dirt, stopping at the back wall where I had heard the scraping. My stomach knotted tighter as I saw them. Someone had been out there, walking around while I was inside. I thought about packing up and leaving right then, but I told myself maybe it was just someone passing through. A hunter, maybe, or some local who had wandered too close. Maybe they hadn't even meant anything by it. I tried to convince myself of that, though deep down I didn't believe it. Still, I stayed. That night, I double-checked the locks on every door and window. I closed the curtains tight. I even pushed the dresser in the bedroom against the door, just in case. Then I sat by the fire again, listening to the silence press in around me. It didn't take long. Sometime past midnight, I heard them again. The footsteps, slow, steady, circling. This time, there was no doubt. They came right up to the porch. I heard the faint creak of the wooden steps. My chest pounded so hard I thought it might burst. The doorknob rattled, soft at first, then harder. Someone was trying to open it. I sat frozen on the couch, every muscle tight, the firelight flickering across the room. The knob rattled again, harder this time, and then stopped. Silence stretched on. Then the footsteps moved again, slow and patient, around the cabin. I didn't move until dawn came, the light spilling across the windows. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed my bags quickly, shoving everything back into them without care. I carried them to my car, loaded them in, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, though I knew nothing about engines. The battery cables looked fine. Everything looked fine, but the car was dead. Panic spread through me as I realized what this meant. Whoever was out there had done something. They had been close enough to the car, close enough to me, to make sure I couldn't leave. I spent the day inside, checking the windows constantly, jumping at every sound. The woods felt like they were closing in, every tree hiding someone who was watching me. By evening, I was exhausted, but I didn't dare sleep. That night was the worst. The footsteps came again, but this time they didn't just circle. They stayed close. The sound of breathing pressed through the walls. Slow, heavy, deliberate. At one point, I heard something tap against the glass of the living room window. Just one tap, then nothing. I sat in the corner with the fireplace poker in my hand, gripping it so hard my knuckles ached. Every minute felt like an hour. When the sun finally rose, I made my decision. I wasn't going to wait for them to come inside. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with water and food, and left the cabin on foot. The nearest road was miles away, but I had no choice. I moved quickly, sticking to the I had decided to take a trip out to the woods for a few days to get away from everything. I wanted to be somewhere quiet, far from noise, traffic, and people. I booked a small cabin that sat near a lake deep in the forest. The place was old, not fancy at all, but it looked like it had everything I needed. A wooden deck, a little dock that reached into the lake, a fire pit outside, and just enough space inside for one person to stay comfortably. I thought it would be perfect. When I arrived, the cabin looked more run down than I expected from the pictures I had seen online. The paint on the outside was peeling, the wood had gone gray from age, and the windows looked like they hadn't been washed in years. Still, it stood strong. The door creaked when I opened it, and the smell inside was a mix of old wood, dust, and damp air. The floorboards groaned under my boots. Inside there was one bedroom with a small bed, a bathroom with a weak shower, a kitchen with an old gas stove, and a living room with a couch and a small table. The furniture was mismatched, and everything had that worn look, like it had been used by dozens of people before me. But I told myself that was part of the charm. I wanted to rough it a little. The first day passed easily. I unpacked some clothes, food, and gear. I walked down to the lake, the water cold and still, surrounded by tall pines. The silence out there was different. It wasn't like the quiet of my apartment in the city. This silence was heavy, almost pressing, broken only by the occasional bird call or the distant rustle of branches. By evening, I had settled in. I cooked a small meal on the stove, sat out on the deck with a lantern, and watched the reflection of the moon on the water. It felt calm, almost too calm. The first night, I slept light. Every creak of the cabin made me open my eyes. The wood popped and shifted with the cold, and sometimes I swore I heard something move outside. But I told myself it was animals. Maybe raccoons, maybe deer. I forced myself back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up early. I made coffee, then went for a walk around the property. The trees seemed thicker than I remembered from the drive-in. The cabin sat in a small clearing, but the forest walls closed around it tightly. The path back to the road was a dirt trail that twisted far enough that the cabin wasn't visible from the road. That made me uneasy, but I tried to ignore it. As I walked near the tree line, I noticed footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. They were faint, but they were clearly from boots. They came from the direction of the woods and led close to the cabin. I told myself maybe the property owner or a worker had been here before me. Still, the prints looked fresh, like they had been made recently. That day, I spent fishing at the lake. The air was cool, and the water rippled lightly in the breeze. I sat at the edge of the dock, rod in hand, waiting for bites. The quiet was peaceful, but I kept looking over my shoulder at the tree line. It felt like someone could be standing there, watching me, hidden among the trunks. I couldn't shake the thought. By evening, I was tired and hungry. I cooked what I caught and sat at the table inside. When the light outside dimmed, I lit the lanterns again. That's when I thought I heard something. A crunch of leaves outside, followed by another, then silence. I froze and listened. My heart thudded hard in my chest. Then, slowly, I convinced myself it was an animal again. But when I went to bed that night, I noticed something that stopped me cold. On the window ledge outside the bedroom, there were smudges, like fingerprints on the dusty glass. They weren't mine. They were too high for me to have reached without standing on something. It looked like someone had rested their hand there, maybe while peering inside. I barely slept that night. Every sound outside seemed louder, every creak sharper. At one point, I thought I heard breathing near the window, but I told myself it was the wind. My stomach twisted with unease. The next morning, I walked around the cabin carefully. That's when I found something else. Behind the cabin, near the back wall, there was a small pile of cigarette butts. At least a dozen of them crushed into the dirt. I didn't smoke. No one had been here with me. They weren't old either. Some still had yellow filters, not yet darkened by rain or time. Someone had been standing there, smoking, watching. My hands shook as I looked around at the trees. The woods seemed too quiet, too still. Whoever had left those cigarettes could have been standing there hours before, maybe even during the night when I was inside. The thought made my chest tighten. I considered packing up and leaving right then, but part of me told myself I was overreacting. Maybe the butts had been there from weeks ago. Maybe the smudges were just dirt. I forced myself to stay. I told myself I wasn't going to let fear ruin the trip. That day, I tried to distract myself. I chopped some wood for the fire pit, I walked along the lake, and I sat on the porch with a book. But the feeling never left me. Every time I looked up at the tree line, I imagined someone standing there, hidden just enough that I couldn't see them. That night, I locked every door and window. I pushed a chair under the knob of the front door, even though it probably wouldn't stop much. I kept the lantern on low in the corner of the bedroom. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. Sometime after midnight, I heard it, the crunch of gravel or dirt outside. Slow, steady steps. My body froze. The steps circled the cabin. They moved past the bedroom window, then around the back. I held my breath, my ears strained in the silence that followed. Then I heard a faint scrape, like metal against wood, somewhere near the back door. I wanted to grab my phone, but it was in the kitchen charging. I didn't dare move. I lay there, heart pounding so hard it hurt, until the sounds faded. I don't know how long I stayed awake after that, but eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. In the morning, I checked outside. Near the back door, etched faintly into the wood, were marks, scratches. They looked like someone had dragged a knife along it. Thin lines, uneven, but fresh. I couldn't deny it anymore. Someone had been here during the night. Someone had tried to do something. I wanted to leave, but the problem was the road. It was long and narrow, with trees pressing in on both sides. If someone had been watching me, they would know I had to drive down that road to get out. I thought about the possibility of a blocked path, or worse, someone waiting. My chest grew tight again. I decided to wait until daylight was strongest. I packed my bag, loaded my car, and sat inside with the engine off. I watched the tree line, waiting for any movement. The woods stared back, silent. Hours passed. The air grew hot inside the car. Sweat dripped down my back, but I didn't roll the windows down. I just sat there, clutching the steering wheel, eyes scanning. When the sun started sinking, I made my move. I started the car, heart racing, and pulled onto the dirt path. Every shadow between the trees looked like a figure. Every branch that snapped made me flinch. I drove faster than I should have, the car bouncing on ruts, tires sliding in loose gravel. At one point, I swore I saw a figure standing between the trees. A man, tall, still, just watching. But I didn't stop. I kept driving until the dirt gave way to pavement, and finally, I saw other cars on the road. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I pulled into a gas station and sat there with the engine running, trying to calm down. My hands shook so bad I could hardly grip the wheel. I knew then that I hadn't imagined it. Someone had been out there. Someone had been watching me, creeping around the cabin at night, smoking by the wall, leaving scratches in the wood. And I also knew one thing for certain. If I had stayed even one more night, I might not have made it out of there at all. I went to the cabin because I wanted to be alone for a while. I had rented it online, a small wooden place deep in the woods, miles from the nearest road. The pictures showed an old building with a tin roof, a wide porch, and trees pressed close on every side. I thought it would be quiet, the kind of quiet I never got back in the city. I packed food, water, some tools, and a lantern, planning to stay for a week. At first, it felt calm, almost too calm, like the silence itself pressed against me. The first day was fine. I unpacked, walked around, and checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything worked, though the wood was soft in places, and some of the windows rattled when the wind touched them. The forest around the cabin looked endless. Tall pines and spruces stood so close together I could barely see 10 steps into them. The air smelled damp and heavy. I felt shut in, but I told myself that was what I wanted. That night I heard sounds, not loud, but sharp in the silence. Branches snapping, footsteps maybe. At first I thought it was deer because deer moved through woods all the time. But then the steps stopped just outside the cabin walls. I sat on the edge of the bed, not moving, trying to breathe quietly. I could almost feel someone out there, waiting. I sat for an hour before I convinced myself it was only my nerves. When I finally lay down, I left the lantern burning. The second day, I noticed things were different. I went outside to fetch more firewood from the shed, and I saw tracks in the dirt. Not deer, not raccoon, not anything I recognized. They looked like boot prints, but only one set, leading up close to the porch and then back toward the trees. I had not made them, and no one was supposed to be out there. I stood staring at them for a long time, feeling the hairs rise on my neck. I tried to tell myself maybe they were old, maybe from the person who maintained the place. But they looked fresh, edges still sharp in the damp soil. I kept busy all day, chopping wood, boiling water, cleaning the inside of the cabin. But I could not stop thinking about those prints. Each time I stepped outside, I looked at the tree line, expecting to see someone standing there. Nothing moved, but the silence felt heavy again, almost as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. That night, I woke to the sound of metal against metal. Came from the back door. I froze in the bed, heart pounding, ears straining. Then I heard the rattle again, like someone testing the handle. I reached for the lantern and turned it up higher, flooding the small cabin with light. The sound stopped. I stayed awake until dawn, staring at the door. On the third day, I found something worse. When I went to the shed to get more firewood, the door was standing open. I was sure I had closed it and latched it. Inside, the axe I had been using was gone. My stomach sank when I saw the empty spot on the wall where it had hung. Whoever had been outside was now armed. I checked the rest of the cabin, making sure every window was latched, every door locked. I felt trapped, like a cornered animal. Leaving meant stepping into the trees where someone could watch me. Staying meant waiting for them to make another move. I thought about packing up and walking back to the road, but it was miles away and I had no signal on my phone. I would be alone the whole way, not knowing if someone followed behind. That night was the longest of my life. I heard scraping against the porch, then silence, then footsteps circling the cabin. I sat in the chair with the lantern on, clutching a kitchen knife. The steps came close to the windows, paused, then moved on. I could hear breathing outside the thin glass, slow and steady. I thought any second the window would shatter, but it didn't. Whoever it was just walked around and around, hour after hour. I did not sleep at all. By the fourth morning, I knew I could not last. I decided to leave everything and make for the road. I stuffed my pack with water and food and kept the knife in my hand. I opened the door fast, heart racing, and stepped onto the porch. The woods were still, too still. The tracks in the dirt were everywhere now, circling the cabin, leading to the shed, to the windows, to the door. Dozens of them, all from boots. I hurried down the path, walking as fast as I could, glancing back every few steps. The trees pressed tight on both sides, the path narrow and dark. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but all I heard was my own breathing. After what felt like hours, I reached the dirt road. Relief flooded me for a second until I saw something ahead. On the edge of the road, leaning against a tree, was the missing axe. It stood upright, blade sunk into the bark, the handle pointing out toward me. It looked placed like someone had set it there for me to find. My chest tightened and my legs shook. I backed away from it, then turned and walked the other way down the road. I did not stop until I saw a parked truck near the highway. I ran to it, and when the driver asked if I needed help, I climbed in without thinking. I never went back for my things at the cabin. I never asked the owner about the place. I did not want to know who had been there, watching me, circling me in the dark. I only know that whoever it was, they had keys, they had patience, and they wanted me afraid. They got what they wanted. I stayed at that cabin for only 4 days, but it felt like a lifetime. I can still hear the sound of boots on the porch when I try to sleep, steady and slow, circling, waiting. I know I was lucky to get out when I did. If I had stayed one more night, if I had ignored the missing axe, I do not think I would have made it down that road alive. I drove up the narrow dirt road with the sound of gravel crunching under the tires, the truck groaning as it climbed the incline. The forest on both sides grew thicker the higher I went, the tall trees shutting out the late afternoon sun. The air outside looked still, heavy, and the kind of quiet that settles in when you're far from towns, far from people, and deep in the woods where only the wind and animals belong. I had rented this small wooden cabin for a week, wanting peace away from noise and stress. It was meant to be simple, just me, the cabin, the woods, and time to clear my head. I carried food, water, and all the gear I thought I might need. I told myself it would be easy, just cooking, reading, walking, maybe fishing in the nearby creek. That was the plan when I booked it. The cabin came into view after a bend. It was old, but still sturdy looking, a single-story structure built with dark logs that had weathered over time. The roof sagged slightly, patched with new shingles in places, but it didn't look unsafe. A small porch ran across the front, with 2 wooden steps leading up. The windows had shutters, though one hung crooked. Around it stretched nothing but trees and the dirt road I came up. There were no neighbors, no other cabins nearby. I parked beside the cabin and killed the engine. The silence that followed felt thicker than before. I sat for a moment, looking at the cabin and the trees crowding around it. A thin breeze moved through the branches, and I could hear them creak and sway. I stepped out, stretched, and started unloading my things. The air smelled sharp with pine and damp earth. Inside, the cabin was as simple as I expected. One main room with a small kitchen area, a table and chair, a wood stove, and a narrow bed against the wall. At the back was a small bathroom with only a toilet and a sink. The walls were plain wood, the floor uneven in places. Dust hung in the air until I opened the windows. I unpacked, set my cooler on the counter, and stacked firewood by the stove. As I worked, the silence pressed on me again. No cars in the distance, no voices, no hum of power lines. Just the occasional bird outside or the rustle of branches. It wasn't a bad silence, just heavy, the kind that made me notice every sound I made. That first night, I cooked on the stove, ate, and then sat on the porch until dark. The trees turned black as the sun went down, and the woods swallowed every bit of light except the thin strip of stars above. The air grew colder. I lit a lantern and went inside. I lay on the bed, the cabin creaking softly as it cooled. I wasn't used to the noises a wooden structure makes when it settles at night. Each pop and crack echoed more than it should have. I closed my eyes, but every sound kept me alert. I told myself it was only the building, nothing more. I finally drifted off, but woke hours later. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the lantern I had left burning low. I heard something outside. It was faint but real, a steady crunch of leaves and twigs, something moving near the cabin. I held still, listening. The steps came closer, circling slowly, stopping at times, then moving again. I thought it could be a deer, maybe a raccoon, but the weight of the steps sounded heavier. My chest tightened as I lay there, waiting. The steps reached the porch. The boards creaked. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The steps moved across the porch slowly, then stopped near the door. I stared at the door, half expecting it to open, but it didn't. After a long pause, the steps moved again, lighter this time, and drifted away into the woods. I sat awake the rest of the night, waiting for them to return. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around. The ground was damp from dew, and I searched for prints. Near the porch, I saw faint impressions in the dirt. Not animal tracks, shoes. That was the first time I felt something was wrong. The next day, I tried to brush it off. Maybe someone hiking through the woods, maybe a hunter. I told myself they just passed by in the night. Still, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, cooked, tried to distract myself. But I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting someone to be standing there watching. That night, I locked the door, shut the shutters, and kept the lantern burning brighter. I lay in bed with my ears straining for sound. Hours passed. Finally, I heard it again. Steps, slow, careful, coming from the side of the cabin. This time, they stopped by the window. I held my breath as the shutters creaked. Someone was testing them, pressing lightly. I grabbed the lantern and moved toward the door, my hand shaking. The sound stopped. I didn't sleep again. By the third day, I was worn down. My nerves buzzed constantly. In daylight, the woods seemed calm, but the memory of the steps at night kept replaying. I walked around the cabin, checking everything. At the back, near the bathroom window, I found fresh prints again. Deep, clear shoe prints. I thought about leaving, packing up and driving back down the road. But a stubborn part of me told myself it was nothing, that I'd ruin the trip over fear. So I stayed. That evening, I built a fire outside, sitting close to the flames as the woods turned dark. I felt safer in the open where I could see further. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night. But as the hours dragged, I started to feel watched again. My skin prickled, my back tightened. I caught myself staring into the black woods, certain something was standing just beyond the firelight. Couldn't see it, but I felt it. My chest grew tight, my hands shook. Finally, I put the fire out, went inside, and locked up tight. That night was worse. The steps came earlier. They circled slower, more deliberate. The shutters rattled twice, harder this time. The porch boards creaked as if someone stood there longer. At one point, I swore I heard breathing outside the door. I sat on the bed gripping a heavy log I had brought in for the stove, ready to swing it if the door opened. My throat was dry, my ears strained. Hours passed before the sounds faded. By the fourth day, I knew I couldn't ignore it. Someone was out there, watching, testing, waiting. My food supply was fine, but my nerves were shredded. I couldn't sit still. I walked the dirt road a little way, scanning the trees. Several times I thought I saw movement, a flicker of dark between the trunks. But when I stopped to look, it was gone. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat up with the lantern, staring at the door. I heard the steps again, this time closer, slower. The handle of the door moved. My stomach dropped. The latch held, but the sound of it turning froze me in place. The steps moved to the side, toward the window. I heard scratching, then silence. I sat gripping the log, sweat rolling down my face, every muscle locked. The silence stretched so long I almost thought they were gone. Then the porch creaked again, and the steps faded into the night. I didn't move until dawn. By the fifth morning, I had decided I would leave. I started packing, but as I carried my bags to the truck, I froze. My tires were slashed. All four. The rubber hung in ragged strips, deep cuts through them. I stood there staring, my chest hollow. My only way out was gone. I dragged my things back inside, heart pounding. Whoever was out there wanted me stuck. The day passed in a blur. I checked my phone, no service. I thought about walking down the road, but it stretched for miles through thick forest. If someone was watching me at night, they could be watching me in the day too. The idea of being caught on that empty road terrified me more than staying. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and stove wood. I shut every shutter tight. I sat in the dark with only a small lantern, my ears sharp. The steps came again, slow and steady. The shutters rattled, harder this time as if pulled. The door handle turned, twisted, then shook violently against the latch. The table against the door trembled with the force. I gripped the log tight, sweat dripping. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. The shaking stopped. Silence. Then soft, slow steps retreating into the woods. The sixth day was worse. I was exhausted, my hands trembling constantly, my head pounding. I ate little, only enough to keep going. I checked the truck again, but the tires were ruined. No fixing them. I tried to stay alert, but fear sat heavy on me. The daylight didn't help anymore. I felt watched even in the sun. That night, the door rattled again. The shutters shook harder, one almost tearing off its hinge. I heard steps circling faster, angrier. My chest ached with fear, but I stayed locked in, gripping the log. Hours passed before the woods grew quiet again. On the seventh morning, I woke to silence. Real silence. No birds, no wind, nothing. The air felt heavy, wrong. I opened the shutters carefully. On the porch sat a knife. Large, I had been waiting for that trip to the cabin for months, planning it out with a strange mix of excitement and nervousness. The cabin itself was old, not fancy or modern in any way, but it sat deep in the woods where the trees grew thick and tall, and the ground was covered with layers of fallen leaves, pine needles, and damp soil that carried a heavy, earthy smell. It was far enough from the nearest road that I had to leave my car about half a mile away at a gravel turnout and hike the rest of the distance on foot, following a narrow path that curved through the woods. I carried in a duffel bag and a backpack stuffed with what I thought I'd need: food, water, a flashlight, extra batteries, a hunting knife, rope, a small first aid kit, and some clothes. I didn't expect luxury. I just wanted to be alone, away from the constant noise and stress of normal life. That cabin seemed perfect for that. It was a single-room place with weathered wood making up the walls, a sagging roof patched in places with old shingles, and a door that squeaked loudly every time it opened. Inside was simple. A narrow bed with a thin mattress, a wood stove in the corner with a rusted pipe that climbed up and out through the roof, a small table with 2 chairs, and a couple of shelves built into the wall holding some old canned goods left behind by whoever used the cabin before. The windows were small and grimy, letting in only streaks of daylight. The floor creaked under my boots as I set my bag down. The first day felt calm. I unpacked, stacked some firewood by the stove, and swept out the dust and dried leaves that had blown in through the cracks. I liked the silence of the woods pressing in around me. It felt like the kind of quiet you can't find anywhere else, the kind where even your own movements sound too loud. That night, I started a fire in the stove, ate some canned beans, and stretched out on the bed. The mattress was uncomfortable, but I didn't care. I listened to the soft crackling of the fire until I drifted into sleep. What I didn't expect was how different everything would feel once darkness swallowed the woods. The quiet of the day turned into something else at night. Every small sound, branches snapping in the distance, the faint rustle of leaves, the wind moving between the trees, sounded sharper and closer than it really was. I woke up a few times to noises I couldn't place. I told myself it was probably just animals moving around outside, deer or raccoons or maybe even a bear. Still, my chest tightened each time I heard something, and I found myself staring into the blackness beyond the windows. The second day, I went out exploring. I followed the path deeper into the woods, carrying my knife and a small bag with water and food. The air was damp, and the smell of wet leaves clung to everything. I found a stream not too far from the cabin, where the water moved quickly over rocks and fallen branches. The surface reflected the gray sky above, and I thought about how that water could save me if I ended up staying longer than planned. When I returned to the cabin later in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. The door was slightly open. I was sure I had closed it before leaving. I stood there for a while, staring at the door, listening for any movement inside. My heartbeat sped up, but I didn't hear anything. I finally pushed the door open, knife in hand, and stepped inside. Nothing looked touched. My bag was where I left it, the food still stacked on the shelf. I told myself the wind must have blown it open, though I remembered pulling it shut tightly. That night, the noises were worse. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of what I thought was something brushing against the wall outside. A steady scrape, almost like something dragging along the wood. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to listen. The sound stopped after a few seconds, leaving silence that felt even heavier. I didn't sleep much after that. By the third day, I felt different. The calm I came for had been replaced by a tension I couldn't shake. I noticed details I hadn't before, like faint tracks in the mud near the cabin, not quite like animal prints. They looked more like the heel of a boot pressed shallowly into the earth. I crouched down and studied them, running my fingers over the damp soil. I told myself it could have been my own, though the shape didn't quite match the boots I wore. I spent most of that day close to the cabin, gathering more wood, trying to distract myself. Every time I stepped into the trees, I felt the urge to look over my shoulder. At one point, I thought I saw movement between the trunks, something tall slipping out of view, but when I froze and stared, the woods stood still. The air smelled of wet bark and rotting leaves, and the sound of my own breathing was loud in my ears. That night, I stacked more wood into the stove, trying to make the cabin as warm and bright as possible. I sat at the table, knife on the surface in front of me, listening. Hours passed. Just before I blew out my lantern, I heard a new sound, a faint crunch of footsteps moving slowly over the leaves outside. My throat went dry. I sat frozen, counting each step, waiting for them to stop. When they did, the silence that followed was unbearable. I stayed awake all night, gripping the knife, staring at the door and the dark edges of the windows. The fire burned low, throwing shadows that shifted across the walls. Every creak of the wood sounded like someone leaning against the cabin. When morning came, I stumbled outside. The ground was damp with dew, and the cold air bit against my skin. I walked slowly around the cabin, looking for any sign of what I heard. That was when I saw them, clear boot prints in the mud near the back corner, leading toward the trees. They weren't mine. The tread was different, deeper, and there were more than one set. My stomach sank as I followed them a few steps before stopping. Whoever it was, they had been here, close, walking in circles around my cabin while I sat inside. I knew then that I wasn't alone out there. I kept telling myself I should leave, that I should pack up and hike back to the car, but each time I tried to push myself to do it, something in me froze. The woods felt too quiet, too watchful, as if stepping onto the trail would expose me to whoever was out there. I felt trapped, safer inside the cabin, yet not safe at all. The fourth day dragged on with me sitting at the table, staring at the windows. I barely ate. Every sound outside made my stomach twist. By nightfall, I had moved the table and chair against the door, anything to create some kind of barrier. I barely blinked, waiting for the sounds I knew would come. And they did. This time, it wasn't just footsteps. I heard the slow crunch of movement circling the cabin, then the soft press of weight against the walls, like someone leaning their hands against the wood. At one point, the doorknob rattled softly, barely moving, but enough for me to hear it. My whole body went cold, and I held the knife so tightly my hand ached. I sat there, heart slamming in my chest, waiting for the door to burst open, but it never did. The sounds moved away after what felt like hours. When morning came again, I checked outside. More boot prints, deeper this time, circling the cabin in different directions. I didn't follow them. I couldn't bring myself to. My hands shook as I poured water into a cup. I knew then that staying longer was a mistake. I decided to leave at first light the next day. I packed my bag carefully, stuffing in food, water, and everything I thought I'd need for the half-mile hike back to the car. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat awake, waiting, listening to footsteps outside the cabin again. They came closer this time, stopping just outside the door. I heard the faintest sound of breathing through the cracks, as if someone stood there for a long time, listening to me the way I had been listening to them. I didn't move. I didn't even dare breathe loudly. The sound eventually faded, and the footsteps moved away, but I stayed frozen until dawn. As the first light of morning spread through the trees, I shouldered my bag and pushed the door open. The woods were damp and gray, the air cool on my face. I stepped onto the trail and walked fast, my knife in hand, eyes darting in every direction. I didn't hear anything at first, but about halfway to the car, I caught the faint sound of movement behind me. I didn't look back. I walked faster, my boots crunching hard against the dirt. My heart hammered so loud it drowned out every other sound. When I reached the turnout and saw my car, relief surged through me. I fumbled with the keys, unlocked the door, and threw my bag into the passenger seat. As I started the car, I finally looked back down the trail. Between the trees, I saw them. Two figures standing still, far back, almost blending with the trunks. They didn't move. They just stood there, watching. I didn't wait. I slammed the car into gear and drove away, gravel spitting out behind the tires. I never went back to that cabin. I don't even like thinking about it now. The memory of those nights, of hearing footsteps and knowing someone was out there circling me while I sat alone inside, still clings to me. I'll never know who they were or what they wanted, but I know they were real. And I know that if I had stayed one more night, I might not have made it out at all.